8-0 with one absent. I'd like to ask everybody to please rise for the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner.
Nice work, ladies. Smile one time.
I want to thank our student performers from the Western High School Band under the direction of Ms. Crystal Williams. Our performers include Kenya Shabazz, Alia Holloway, Trinae Harvin, Jasmine Roundtree, Brianna Little, Annabelle Dickerson, Tiana Jernigan, Destiny Young, Kamaya Anderson, Jalea Coates, Trinity Meggett Johnson, Madison Brown, Tanea Johnson, Kayla Alvarez, Anaya Johnson, Clint Mitchell, Ashley Albritton, Brianna Johnson, Skylar Ross, and Mianne Carter. Please give them another round of applause.
Sure.
It's okay. I'd now like to have Commissioner McFadden recognize the passing of some of our city school students and lead us in a moment of silence. Commissioner McFadden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to take the time to recognize the passing of a few city school students. Abigail Meadow Joseph attended pre-kindergarten at Waverly Elementary Middle School. She was born on October 19, 2013, and passed away unexpectedly on December 30th, 2018. Abigail was an amazing little girl who touched the hearts of everyone she met. In fact, Abigail never met a stranger. She was bold, strong, and intelligent. She overcame every challenge she faced. We will never forget her smiles, her laughter, and the joy she brought to our lives. She was an extraordinary child and will live on in our hearts forever. Corey Mosley was a senior at Paul Laurence Dunbar High School. He was a charismatic, energetic, and well-liked student. He was a former team member of the Dunbar football team and took great pride in being the school's mascot during this year's homecoming. Corey's smile and sense of humor brightened any room that he entered. Corey will be greatly missed by his family, his school community, and his friends. Damian Clarity was one of my former students at Booker T. Washington Middle School. He was a 12th grader at Excel Academy at Francis M. Wood High School. He was an extremely respectful young man. He was a well-liked student and a stellar athlete. Damian was well known and started his schooling at Excel Academy as an 8th grade student. He matriculated quickly and developed into an exceptional young man. Damian assisted his basketball team with securing several championships, making Excel Academy one of the best AOP athletic sports programs. He was extremely helpful and was well loved by his teachers, his coaches, and his peers. Damian will be sorely missed by his Excel Academy family. The school plans to honor his memory by supporting his mother's movement of 14 Reasons Why, which she simply asks individuals to identify the importance of setting and attaining personal, social, and/or college or career readiness goals. Carmel McCain was a 3rd grader at Calvin Rodwell Elementary School last year before she got sick. She had been receiving home and hospital services since then. At Calvin Rodwell, she was an extremely hardworking and well-liked student, both by her teachers and her peers. Carmel was always willing to help out her classmates and to volunteer by helping with teacher tasks. She excelled in both reading and math, often asking for extra work to challenge herself. She loved having lunch bunch with her peers. Carmel loved participating in project-based learning lessons and activities during the Child First after-school program. She will be deeply missed by her school family and the community. Jonathan Melendez Ramirez was a 5th grader who just joined the Charles Carroll Barrister Elementary School in the fall. Even though he was new, he made an immediate impression on his fellow students. His classmates have written a short note to remember him, which is attached, but I don't think we have it here. Jonathan was good at everything, especially soccer, making friends and making people laugh. He was hardworking, and he loved to learn about English, the ABCs, the geography of the USA, and fractions in math. Jonathan was a good classmate because he worked hard, was curious, never gave up on his work. He was always nice and a good friend. Our favorite memories of Jonathan are when he made jokes, when we made cookies in class, when we read together, and when we helped him learn English and math. The note was signed by all of his fellow classmates. Jonathan will be greatly missed by his family and school community. Please join me in a moment of silence for these young people. Thank you.
Excuse me, before I continue, I just need to clarify something. Christian, can we talk for just a minute?
Thanks.
Since our student commissioner is not here, we'll vote simultaneously on approval of prior open session minutes and approval of closed session summaries. Can I have a motion to approve both prior open session meeting minutes and closed session summaries? Motion by Commissioner Frank, second by Commissioner Richardson. All in favor? Motion passes 9-0. I believe that since the last board meeting, we've had an operations committee meeting and a policy committee meeting, but teaching and learning has not met. Okay, so I'd like to ask if Commissioner Bondima would like to make a report from the operations committee.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Board Chair. I just want to make a comment in the Operation Committee. We had one portion of the committee that I would like to acknowledge, the technology department, who put on an exceptional presentation of all the current footprint, technology footprint, and their presentation was exemplary. And I would encourage the public or the board or the community to go onto our site and review the technology. It was new, exciting, and it gave us a really good insight of what's going on in the technology in Baltimore City Public Schools. And also, it was really very graphic, and it was something new that we had never seen before. So we were really excited about it, and the commissioners were. We asked a lot of questions, and it was really nice. So I think that you should look at it and see what's going on at Baltimore City Public Schools. And just want to mention that our next meeting will be February the 19th in this room, and it's from 10 to 11:30. If any of the board, any other operation committee members would like to make a comment, you're welcome to. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Hassan from the Policy Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Policy Committee met on January 15th, where we discussed policy IGE, which is the curriculum policy. There's some really interesting pieces for parents, family, and community members that want to get a better understanding of just what curriculum is in general in Baltimore City. If you take a look at that document, including the fact that the curriculum management plan includes alignment to standards, universal design for learning, essential elements of the written, taught, and assessed curriculum, development and review cycles for all content areas, district and school responsibilities, the school-based support structures, professional learning, and opportunities for the community to provide feedback in the curriculum development, adoption, and evaluation process. So call your attention to that. The other piece that we discussed at that meeting was policy JBB, which is the sex discrimination policy. Immediately following the policy committee meeting, where we heard a presentation on the draft regulations and policy for that, we held a board forum to hear from the public, and I'd like to publicly again thank the contributors who joined us at that meeting to share their input. Our next policy meeting will be on February 19th from 3:30 to 5:30 in this room, where we will discuss policy DFF, which is the sale of merchandise, and that will be immediately followed, I believe it's 6 though, correct, Madam Chair? We said 6 p.m. So the board meeting, or the policy meeting, goes till 5:30. We'll take a small break and allow people to sign up, and we'll be having a public forum on JBB, policy JBB at that time. So, thank you very much.
So Christian, is it the two people on the PEP agenda, or is it the two people, or is it the two people that you gave me? What is this?
So go to January 8th, the PEP agenda at the bottom has the full bio. So they were supposed to come January 8th, they could not make it, so they.
Sorry about that, just a little confusion. We are in the practice of acknowledging retirees who have just many, many years of service, but there was some confusion about the names. Before I do that, I want to let people know that while it's not posted to the website yet, we have just scheduled, and to repeat what Martha just said, we're going to have a chance to do the charter policy review. So be important if people want to comment on the current policy and the proposed revisions to come on March 19th. And now I want to take a few minutes to recognize and call up two people who have given over 30 years of service to Baltimore City. So what I'm going to do is just read a little bit about each person. We have a certificate, so we'll present that to you, and then we'll take a picture of both of them together with Dr. Santelises and I. First, I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Laverne Bennett. Is Ms. Bennett here? Ms. Laverne Bennett started her employment with Baltimore City Public Schools on November 29, 1982, where she worked as an intermittent food services worker under the Fiscal Business Management Division. Ms. Bennett's assignment was later changed to a permanent 6-hour food service worker. Ms. Bennett also served at Commodore John Rogers Elementary Middle, Sharp Leadenhall Elementary, and lastly, Francis Scott Key Elementary Middle. Ms. Bennett faithfully served Baltimore City Public Schools for 34 years and 8 months. So you can start making your way up, and I'll read about Ms. Watkins. Ms. Pamela Watkins, I hope she's here. Is Ms. Watkins? There you go. Ms. Pamela Watkins started her employment with Baltimore City Public Schools September 1st, 1975, where she worked as a special education teacher at Curtis Bay Elementary Middle. She also worked at Carter Goodwin Woodson Elementary, Booker T. Washington Middle, Harbor City Middle, Thurgood Marshall, Chinkopin Middle, Friendship Academy of Engineering and Technology, and lastly, Arlington Elementary Middle. Ms. Watkins faithfully served Baltimore City Public Schools, it sounds like all of them, for 43 years and 4 months. Thank you, Ms. Watkins. I'd now like to acknowledge a gift of $5,490 worth of trash and recycling bins to support school-based solid waste recycling at all schools throughout the district from Under Armour. Thank you very much. I know it's been a real challenge for the student recycling teams to have their bins, so this really helps out quite a bit. With that, I'd like to move to approve the PEP agenda and the appeals and hearings cases. Motion for approval. Moved by Commissioner Richardson, second by Commissioner Chinia. All in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bandima, Chinia, Kashani, Frank, Reed, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes. No, this is PEP and appeals and hearings. Motion passes 9-0. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Santelises for her comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Kashani. Good evening, everyone. A primary focus area of our blueprint for success is leadership. And tonight I am very pleased to recognize the accomplishments of one of our own school police officers, Sergeant Ralph Black, who was recently named as a recipient of the Shield Award by the Office of the State's Attorney of Baltimore City. Is Sergeant Black in the room? There you are, sir. Do you want to come sit up here? I know you're not used to being in the limelight. That's all right. The Shield Award honors leaders who demonstrate a strong commitment to reducing violence in Baltimore City. And I am very proud that this officer's efforts have been recognized in such a fitting and high-profile way. As you will see in the following brief video, Sergeant Black understands that effective school policing relies on strong relationships between our school police and the students they protect, a relationship in which our officers are viewed by students as friends rather than as threats. Can we please play the video? Would that be a no? And I really can't see you beyond the glare. So if you're trying to wave at me, that's not going to work. Okay. Well, while we wait for the video, it really is my great pleasure to have Sergeant Black here with us to be recognized for his exemplary service as a role model and resource to our schools and our students. And one of the things I'd like to do is to give Sergeant Black, would you like to have a few words while we get your video? Because I think the video will speak, but would you like to have a few words, sir? And if you press the button until it turns green, you are on.
Good
You
evening.
can let go. Oh, it is working? They're working on it. Great. Sergeant Black?
Good evening. I just want to say thank you. Couldn't do it without my team.
That's all. Very good. So what we'll do while we're waiting, Sergeant Black, I'm sorry, it's a tad anticlimactic. But who are you pointing to?
My team over there.
Their whole team? Okay, team, say hello. Everybody wave. Okay, very good. So while we do that, Commissioner Kashani is not here. Would you mind, Commissioner? Oh, you are? Okay. What I'd like to do is present Sergeant Black with this award and recognition for his exemplary service as both role model. So if we are able to get the video going, we'll make sure that we send it. Can you see from me, Captain Coleman? Are they ready? Okay, you're going to go. Okay, well, while we do that, at this time, I also want to make everyone aware of 2 upcoming events and encourage all families and community members to join me to exercise your voices and provide feedback on your priorities. Our next community conversation with me, the CEO, is Thursday, January 31st at Pimlico Elementary Middle School at 6 p.m. Our focus in this conversation is on equity, and I look forward to hearing from you, from as many of you as possible. We'll make sure that that still is the focus. I thought we had switched the focus for January. No? Okay, that's fine. Our next Reading with the CEO event is on Thursday, February 7th at the Enoch Pratt Cherry Hill Branch from 6 to 7 p.m. This is our this is our 4th Reading with the CEO event, and they have been not only a great opportunity for families to hear about our literacy work, but I have thoroughly enjoyed them because at each one of the Reading with the CEO events, I get the opportunity to get immediate feedback from young people on whether my read aloud voice is still active and still compelling enough, so I've been able to sharpen up. But most importantly, it's great to be able to meet families and students, excuse me, around one of our major focus. So the date again for that is Thursday, February 7th, and this one will be held at the Enoch Pratt Cherry Hill branch from 6 to 7 p.m. I look forward to seeing you at these other events throughout the rest of the year. And please visit our website for complete information on these and other events. Thank you. And I'm still looking. Are you ready? It's not working? Okay. All right, so that's unfortunate. What we're going to do is work on that, and then hopefully at an upcoming board meeting, Sergeant Black, if you can't be for it, it's okay, I understand. But I do just want to say that part of the power of trying to get the video to work is that I think a lot of times when we talk about school police and their role, the idea of what it means for school police officers to build relationships with young people on a day-to-day basis sometimes doesn't translate with me just saying that that's what they do. And part of why we wanted to bring the video is so that you had the opportunity to really see Sergeant Black like authentically working with young people, and I would say making connections that are very evident when you see him at work in the place where he is most comfortable, and that is, again, in schools working with our young people, not necessarily in board meetings with lots of people looking on. But I do want to thank you for that, and once we get it up and running, we will play it at a future board meeting. But thank you again, and congratulations. And I'd also like to thank, and I don't have Chief Ham here, but if I'm correct, I believe, Sergeant, are you our second SHIELD Award winner? Are you the second one? And if I'm not mistaken, you follow after Chief Ham, right, who also won the SHIELD Award? So congratulations again. And now finally, I'd like to make a brief announcement in the interest of transparency. As a matter of public record, I serve on the board of the Carnegie Foundation, which has been contracted to provide continuous improvement services in the literacy focus area for the blueprint. I think it's important to state publicly that the Carnegie Foundation is being compensated for this work with funds provided by the Gates Foundation and paid through the Fund for Educational Excellence. No district funds are involved in this process. I receive no remuneration for being a member of the Carnegie Board. It's just that I believe strongly in transparency. I conferred with the board, and I am pleased to share this information with you tonight. That concludes my remarks for this evening. Thank you, Chair Kashani.
With that, I'd like to do a review of the consent agenda and ask board members if they have any questions. We'll pool those items. We won't vote on that now. After public comment, we will ask if there's any additional items you want to pull as a result of public comment. So I'll review the consent agenda items and the procurement items. The first item is board position on arming school police. We are going to pull that, so Ms. Starrett can talk to us about the memo that she posted in the for the public's viewing. Next item, 8.02, policy FKA, public use of board school facilities. Okay, that'll go by consent. Item 8.03, enrollment waiver request, Baltimore Montessori Public Charter School. Is Angela here? I believe we are going to pull that just for brief comments to put that in, a brief presentation to put that in context. So we will pull from those first three items at this point, item 8.01 and 8.03. Under the procurement items, I'm going to request now that we pull items 10.01 through 10.10. We have numerous board members have numerous questions about that cluster of items. I understand it was discussed at the Ops Committee, which was also a little confusing because they're teaching and learning items. I know we didn't have a teaching and learning committee, so I get all the logistics around that. So rather than enumerate the questions, I think it'll be just as easy to have the conversation together, and then we will, unless we need to, we'll vote on them as a group, except for the one that Muriel needs to read, Commissioner Berkeley. So if, Chief Connolly, if you're okay with that, we'll do it that way. So we'll pull those first 10 items. Item 10.11, Kennedy Krieger Institute. Item 10.12, Johns Hopkins University. No, you don't. Good question, though. Item 10.13, Shepherd Pratt Health Systems. Item 10.14, Databank IMX LLC. Item 12.01, Verizon. Item 12.02, Femdel LLC. Item 13.01, Denver Ellick Inc. 13.02, Chilmar Corporation. 13.03, Baltimore Teachers Network. 13.04, Denver Ellick for a different HVAC project. 13.05, Morton Salt. Who knew it would cost that much to salt the roads? 13.06, ESRI. 14.01, Public Impact. And item 16.01, James Wattam. So at this point, we're going to pull items 8.01, 8.03, and the cluster of 10.01 to 10.10. Okay? And we'll come back to that after public comment. We'd now like to, there's certain groups that are given the opportunity to speak to us for 5 minutes versus 3 minutes. So we'll start with the Baltimore Friends from the Baltimore Teachers Union. According to my agenda, we have a couple people, Sandra Davis, along with Darlene Brown, Miriam Brooks Arnett, Labrina Hopkins, Ava Perrin, and James Blanchard.
Actually, I'll be doing the speaking. Good evening, Dr. Santalisas and members of the school board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I am Sandra Davis, Chair of the Paraprofessional and School-Related Personnel Chapter of the Baltimore Teachers Union, and I am here to speak on their behalf. There are over 100 classifications of PSRPs. PSRPs are an important factor in the daily operation of this district, and much of their work is done behind the scenes. Many in this room may not be aware of the multitude of services these dedicated men and women provide on a daily basis for the Baltimore City Public School System. They work at district office, schools, and other locations. They are IT specialists, business managers, customer support specialists, staff associates, program planners, and the list continues. There are other PSRPs whose work goes unrecognized. They are the transportation assistants, ensuring our special needs population arrive to school and home safely every day. Secretaries and office assistants, responsible for the smooth operation of school offices. And paraprofessionals, reinforcing academic and social skills of our students. PSRPs work tirelessly, supporting the needs of not just the students of Baltimore City, but their families and the communities in which they live. I would like to thank them for all they do to keep this district moving in the right direction. Tonight, I would also like to bring to attention the dwindling number of special education paraeducators currently working in the district. Our special education paraprofessionals work with the most vulnerable population. They assist with feeding and toileting and are dedicated to the students they service. They attend professional development to gain knowledge on ways to better assist the students to which they are assigned. Most have worked with the special needs population for over 15 years and are very protective of their students. I am a 29-year veteran of Baltimore City, and 23 of those years have been with the special needs population. I know firsthand how rewarding it is to work with these students. By the district's own admission, there are currently over 400 individuals from various outside agencies working with our special needs population. Our concern is these individuals are not as dedicated to the students because they do not have a vested interest in the district. We have no way of knowing what training or qualifications are required of agency workers. We know from conversations with our members that agency workers are not being held to the same standards and consistently state they are not required to do so. Finally, I would like to say on behalf of BTU President Marietta English, the BTU is preparing for the third session of our Safety Task Force. In our meeting, which will take place on Friday, February the 8th, task force members will meet in their work groups to continue working on the Code of Conduct as well as school culture and climate. Again, President English's plan is to present the final document to the school board, city council, and the state in the coming months. I would like to thank you very much for your time.
And thank you, Ms. Davis, and your colleagues for all that you do for our kids. We truly appreciate you.
You're welcome.
I'd next like to recognize the Associated Student Congress for Baltimore City.
I have a question. No, for the BTU, before they get started, if I may.
Ms. Davis,
It's just a quick clarification question about the task force. Is it open to, who is that task force open to?
she has to, you have to answer into the microphone so it can be captured on tape.
In the event that people want to participate,
fair
I
enough.
just want to make sure that we have that information.
The task force was open to anyone who was interested in being part of it. As a matter of fact, we have members from the CCAC that are part of that committee, State's Attorney's Office, Baltimore City School, police officers, paraprofessionals, teachers, people who have vested interest from mental health, the community, everyone. We're meeting, again, this would be our third session. I'm a facilitator for one of those groups. So if they're interested, they should contact Candace Green at the Baltimore Teachers Union.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Commissioner McFadden. Welcome. If you could introduce yourselves and then take it away.
Good evening. My name is Raquel Legaspi. I'm the president of the Associated Student Congress of Baltimore City.
Hi, my name is Kashay Curtis. I am the treasurer of ASCBC.
Hello, my name is Margaret Shao, and I'm the Director of Communications of ASCBC.
So tonight we'd like to discuss the current need our organization faces for more funding. The event we spend a majority of our funds on is the Ocean City MASC Conference. It's at this conference that many of our students have the opportunity to interact with and learn from other student leaders from not only across the city, but across the state. At this conference, Baltimore City School students practice their leadership skills that they've acquired throughout the year through our General Assemblies and other activities that we've brought them to, and they learn new ones from innovative student-led workshops that are held at this conference.
So historically, ASCBC usually has 4 to 5 students that come along with us each year. And currently, we only have $12,500, meaning this would be for about 50 people. And yeah, so, yeah.
So you're saying you have $12,500 will support 50 people,
Well, yes,
but you going to the conference?
yes.
$12,500, the total budget ASCBC is given?
Our total budget is $20,000.
Okay.
200,000?
20,000.
I'm sorry, I was like, what?
That's a good amount.
Yeah.
So in general, we are requesting additional assistance in order to pay for 3 students from each member school as our increase in funding for our future years as our organization continues to grow. To be able to send 3 students per member school of the conference this year, we would need an additional around $7,000. And last year, our member schools mounted to 13. This year, we have 15 completed, but 22 expected so far.
What costs, is your advisor with you?
Yes.
What cost is absorbed by individual schools for attendance at these conferences?
Yeah, please.
Do schools contribute to any of these program costs, or is it coming directly out of ASCBC's budget?
Good evening. Currently, the way we have it set up to try to expand access to MASC and ASCBC programming to all of our schools, we only ask for a $50 contribution from each school per year as a general dues. That money is used to help offset the cost of providing transportation to statewide events. For example, the students have the Maryland legislative session coming up February 9th, where they will vote for the future state student member on the State Board of Education. So we try to have a bus available to support our schools sending students down to that event to have them have their voice heard, as well as participate in the professional development offerings that they have for leadership training. And of course, it also helps to offset the cost of food to feed the students when they come to our events, like our general assemblies, which are generally held in the evening hours after school.
And could you introduce yourself?
Sorry, my name is Sean Bailey.
And you're with which school?
I am a teacher at Vivian T. Thomas, as well as the district advisor for ASCBC.
Commissioner Bondima?
Yes, the Ocean City, you said the conference in Ocean City.
Yes,
How many
ma'am.
days are you scheduled to be there?
It's a 3-day, 2-night event.
So we're talking about housing,
Yes.
food, and transportation.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you have to pay a membership fee or registration fee for all the kids, students?
Yes, ma'am. So the MASC is the event, or the organization that hosts the event. They generally charge schools $250 to $255 per attendee, and that offsets the cost of housing the student for 3 days in Ocean City, all the meals, as well as the workshops and conferences that the students will attend.
So this $12,000 or so, it's the $12,000, that's your budget for all of these activities that you just named? Or is it just for what?
That is the budget that the students have allocated towards this trip. The total budget for ASCBC as an organization is currently $20,000 per year.
So
So
what
that
is the
would be
total
for-
amount that you need for all of the activities for the year? What's the total amount?
So the total amount that the students were asking for was an additional approximately $7,000 to expand to expand the number of slots that they have for students to attend the Ocean City event.
But I'm trying to do
The issue they're coming, oh, I'm sorry.
the math, though. You said 22 schools, you wanted 3 students per school, that's 66 students, and you said it cost $250 per student. 66 times 250 is,
So, and in addition to that, they're not counting the executive board.
60. You saw me do them. So,
So there are 9 members of the executive board for ASCBC. They're
so it's
talking about-
66 plus 9.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think I asked the
that's-
question, I'm sorry,
so
I asked the question in reference to, you named several other activities that they were attending, like by the day, the bus going to Annapolis, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm combining all of
So
that
it's all
together.
of it.
So you keep saying 7,000 and some odd dollars? And
Just
plus
for
what
that
you already
specific
have.
event.
But what I was asking, when you combine all your activities, instead of giving a budget for one particular activity, which is Ocean City, what is your entire budget to get to all of these activities? And not everybody will be going to all of the activities. What's your entire, because you come to the table, you should ask for all the money that you need.
Yes, ma'am. I believe what we've been doing so far is we've just been trying to work with the budget that we're given at the beginning of the year, and then working on how to allocate that for the different events that we plan to attend. And the reason that we're focusing on the Ocean City trip is because this is the event where a majority of students from our member schools show up to be. And so we tend to spend less on the other events because usually there's a smaller turnout of students.
You should add all of it. You should put, for your budget, put it all together. And that's what you should be asking for, you know?
Yeah, because let's do this. Thank you for pointing out that, because if you multiply 75 students times 250, you get 18,750, which fits in a $20,000 budget. So if you're just focused on the Ocean City budget, you have enough money. But that's not a complete picture of what you need. So which budget does ASCBC fall under? College and career readiness.
Why don't?
Can we just hand this to staff?
That's what I was just about to, that's what I was just about to.
I didn't want to get in the way of.
Well, that's actually what I was just about, I can do math all night here, sort of. I think that let's talk to staff about this, because Commissioner Bondima, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say we all agree with Commissioner Bondima, because you should tell us, we want this organization to grow. We want more students to be involved, and we don't want you to start limiting, who can do this and who can do that because of $25 here and $45 there. That's not, we're about kids, we don't want to, that's not what we want to do. I want to turn this over to you and have you handle this.
I was just going to wait because it was a great conversation. I want y'all to be able to.
What, watching me do math on my calculator?
Yeah, that was good. But no, one of the things, what we'll do is Chief Conley will follow up with you all. What I will say though publicly is, like, we can make the additional, like, we'll figure that out. So just plan to take, what was the total number of young people you wanted to take? Like 75, yeah. Well, that's right. So if it's that additional, we'll have it even if they have to take it from my budget. I mean, that should not be a big deal. So we'll do that one. So that's a check, right? So you can go ahead and take all the young people you need to take that you presented here tonight. Not every student in the district, but yes, you can take all of the folks you had planned to take, and then
Kim is rubbing her hands back there. She's like, I got kids I want to see.
yeah, I know you do. So I knew there was a reason Ms. Trueheart was at the meeting. She got some more money. And then what we will also do is, if you work with Chief Conley to actually go through, which to me was the second part of the question, and that is to actually do a review of what you really need to be able to increase participation and get through all of your activities. So to me, there's two pieces. The first one, we'll make sure you have enough money to get your target number of kids there, students there. And then the second piece is, let's work on kind of reviewing your budget in whole to make sure that you have enough for the activity. So does that make sense?
Yes.
And instead of
Yeah,
waiting for me to
Commissioner-
contact you at a future date, when you're going back to your seat, you'll see Dr. Pfeiffer, our Executive Director of College and Career Readiness, and her assistant, Danny Heller, and they will start the conversation with you tonight. They're standing at the back door.
Commissioner Cheney has a question, and then Commissioner Reed.
No, and mine is just some dates, so that we can be thinking of you and supporting you. When is the event in Ocean City? Maybe I missed it, but just so we all know.
It's towards the end of March. I don't have the specific date.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Reed?
Now, my only hope is that you try to be as diversified as you can in terms of location, types of schools, types of kids, please.
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
And in your budget development process, I would look at how other regional student government associations are funded, what are their models like. And that can help College and Career Readiness, the academic officer, Chief Conley, kind of figure out where we need to go with ASCBC. So do that type of analysis and bring that together. How are similar districts, Prince George's, Baltimore County, Anne Arundel County, those counties, how do they fund their regional association of student governments, and then bring that back to the table once you consider that in the budget development process for ASCBC.
I've had a chance to talk to Commissioner Lynn, who's also very active, obviously, as you know, and has talked to me and others on the board about the things you guys are trying to do to increase participation. And anytime I'm with him and he's around a student, it happened to us just the other day, we were on a van to Annapolis with a student who was president of her SGA from her school, and he immediately said, "Why aren't you part of ASCBC?" So he's actively recruiting schools. That's what we want. But I think what we'd also like as a board is for you guys to show up more often, because we like to hear from you. So if as a result of this, it would be terrific if after the trip to Ocean City, if you could come back and sort of share with us how it went, what you learned, what you did, and special shout out to you as their advisor for all that you're doing in addition to all the other stuff that you do. It really matters, and we're glad you're here tonight because clearly we'd like to hear from you.
Madam Chair, with that, I will kind of just say that is a heavy lift to take as an advisor
Yes.
for a district-wide student government association, and he's also teaching, right? So I think we should consider finding a staff position for ASCBC to kind of help with the mentoring process, the development process of these young people, especially if we want to expand this to reach more students throughout the district. I think that's important.
And given her encyclopedic knowledge of everything that's ever happened among these walls, Commissioner Chinia has educated me that there used to be, and that's why they had to kind of restart up so much. And so when I asked Josh about the advisor, how does he do this, his exact answer was out of the goodness of his heart. So that'll get you but so far. You have a big heart, but
Do you at least get a stipend or something?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
quite frankly, I would do it for free.
Josh left that part up.
The students that I have are absolutely inspiring. It really fills my heart with joy to see the work that they do and how the students have worked so hard to rebuild SGA within our city. It really does put a song in my heart.
Good, I was glad that Josh and I were a little wrong about that one. All right, so I think we're good? We have a plan, you guys know what to do?
Yes.
All right, great,
Thank you.
thanks. Done, thanks. Our last recognized group is Fraternal Order of Police.
Excuse me. Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Santelises, and members of the school board. I promise not to take the whole 5 minutes. I'm going to be very brief in my comments, but I wanted to say a few things. There's an old saying, you don't know where you're going unless you know where you come from. Dr. Santelises' comments about Sergeant Black triggered in my mind the legacy that school police have. What does that mean? Well, Sergeant Black is a second-generation school police officer. His father, Ralph Black Sr., was a school police. Chief Ham is a second-generation school police officer. His father, Chief Leonard Ham, was a school police chief. Sergeant Ronnie McCain, second-generation school police officer. Lieutenant Brooks Shook, who was standing in the back, second-generation school police officer. These gentlemen's fathers wore the same badge and patch. That's the type of people that we have in our organization. People that pass down values and importance of service down to their children who become the new leaders of this great organization. So I really want to take the little bit of time that I have to clear up a few things, but also thank Dr. Santelises for acknowledging school police in the meetings. That traditionally has not happened. We have always been Baltimore's best kept secret, and I'm glad to see that our officers get the recognition for good things and the acknowledgement that they deserve. So I want to thank you for that and thank the board as well. Everything I would say about arming school police, you've already heard from me over the last 4 years. you've already heard from our organization. So I don't want to go back down that path. You know, we urge a favorable report. We urge that this measure passes. That's our position. Coming from the advocacy group for school police officers. That's all we ask is to pass that forward. But I'm reading some of the emails from some of the organized groups, and some of the language that I read is very interesting. You know, I see a lot of likely, could, but there's no substantive data to support that it will do harm to students by having a armed police officer. It could likely have it. It could cause students to think that way. But the data that I want to key in on, it's been 2 years since a Baltimore City school police officer has had a complaint of discourtesy and or excessive force before the Baltimore City Civilian Review Board. It's been over 2 years. So our officers are not, you know, some of the language that I see in these emails and the position papers, it's like we're a bunch of animals that just can't wait to get a hold of kids. And that couldn't be further from the truth. You know, our men and women are proud, professional people. It's a proud organization. You know, we can go anywhere in the state of Maryland and be police officers, but we choose to stay here. And I think that people that are in decision-making powers should acknowledge that we really care. And I just would be remiss if I didn't stand up and use the 5 minutes that I am allowed to just advocate on behalf of our men and women. And with the 2 minutes left, I'll stand for any questions of anyone.
Any questions for Sergeant Boatwright? Thanks for your comments.
Thank you.
Oh, so I'm sorry. Commissioner McFadden?
Can you talk about the implicit bias training that officers receive, city school police officers receive?
Well, you've attended the training. You want to speak on it, or?
It's been a while since I've attended that training.
Okay. Well, I would defer that to Chief.
That was like, actually, it's kind of like a ongoing thing with us, the implicit bias training, because it's never ended. We continue to train and improve on whatever it is that we're doing. That goes with any kind of training we have, whether it's diversionary techniques or anything that's not necessarily quote-unquote police activities. We constantly are working and improving to do things in a different way than most other agencies do. And I think anybody here that knows the school police, they know that we do things in a whole different manner, and we approach situations in a whole different manner. So the training is ongoing. It's not a one and done type of a situation.
For the purposes of the record, could you just introduce yourself?
I'm sorry. My name's Sergeant K. Dia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to general public comment. And then after public comment, we'll go back to the consent agenda. First, we have Kim Humphrey from the Coalition to Reform School Discipline. Kim?
Hello. Dr. Santelices and all of the members of the commission. All of the commissioners. Thank you for having me. My name is Kimberly Humphrey. I'm legislative counsel at the ACLU of Maryland. I'm also here representing the Discipline Coalition, the Maryland Coalition to Reform School Discipline. We are a diverse body of advocates, service providers, students, concerned citizens, and we are all interested in the fair and equitable use of discipline. We are also interested in practices that support a positive school climate. So we have submitted our testimony, and I'm not going to go through all of it, but I do want to highlight a few reasons why we are not supporting House Bill 31, which has been introduced in the Maryland General Assembly. Our main concerns are threefold. We're concerned about the presence of lethally armed police in schools, and how that emphasizes or increases trauma. The legislation is a shift away from the proven restorative practices that have been adopted in the Blueprint for Success. It is fiscally responsible, we believe, to use the limited resources that you have for educational and socio-emotional supports. So first, I wanted to talk about the current practices and the patrolling that you do have now. SROs, both inside and outside of the school, ensure the safety of students, and those who are not permanently assigned can carry their guns inside and out of the school community. We think that this is evidence that you all have adopted a thoughtful deployment strategy that right now protects students and staff members. So we did want to flag that and say that, essentially it's very important that students are in an environment where they feel safe, welcomed, and comfortable. And having a gun around is not comfortable for learning. There was just mention of some of the data. There is no meaningful data that supports the claim that having SROs increases school safety or lowers violent crime, but there is substantial data that even one instance of police contact increases the likelihood that a young person will be further involved in the juvenile system or fall behind or drop out. So there are a few more points I want to mention. The SROs are under federal consent decree, just as the Baltimore City Police Department. The data shows right now that they are not meeting the requirements just yet of the decree. The Maryland public school arrest data has shown that there were 90 arrests in 2015-2016.
Ms. Humphrey?
Yes. Okay. So you have our full remarks. I'll just close by saying we think that the arming school police subverts the meaning of the Blueprint for Success. We also did want to highlight that the 90 arrests is actually the lowest number of the large school district arrests. So we think that the practices that are in place, the trainings that you're doing on restorative practices are working, and we'd like to see you continue with the deployment strategy that you've already implemented. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Humphrey? Thanks. Our next guest is Melissa Schober.
Hello, good evening. On tonight's agenda is a contract to be considered with Shepherd Pratt for $225,000 because of disproportionate rates of 10-day or more suspensions of African American students. Meanwhile, the 2015-2016 MSDE school arrest data shows that of the 90 arrests in Baltimore City schools, 89 were Black. That's 98.8%. So, disproportionate suspensions warrant a contract that impacts IDEA funding with Shepherd Pratt, but disproportionate arrest rates seem to warrant legislation that would increase carry for officers. That is cognitive dissonance. You are considering expanded powers for school police even as they're included in the consent decree. Specifically, the MOU between the Baltimore Police Department and school police was called out for lack of specificity. That MOU was signed February 16th, 2016, and expires in less than 1 month's time. Before you consider supporting new powers, perhaps the MOU should be amended to reflect the new training requirements and attention to constitutional policing that residents and parents expect. This is especially the case as all the signatories to that MOU are no longer with either agency. It was signed by former CEO Thornton, now disgraced and dismissed Police Commissioner Davis, and former Chief of Schools Police Marshall Goodwin. Again, none of those people are here anymore. And now that a new direction has been established, this board can revisit that MOU and adopting an equity policy as well, also long delayed. Finally, the legislative session for 2019 has just started. Rather than waste political capital chasing policies that increase liability costs and for which there is no empirical evidence, this body should be partnering with the city's delegation and parents to further the message that Baltimore City is owed money and to extend the funds that were allotted to us in HB 684. It is simply the case that there is a limited amount of political capital, and expending it with the city delegation to arm officers over funds that support heat and light for our students is immoral. Please make a good decision. Please support increased funding for students and not policies that are not supported with empirical data as you approach Annapolis this session. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Schober? Thank you. Andy, do you have a question? Our next guest is Sarah, I might get the last name wrong, Bluer. Okay.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Bluer, and I'm a community member of Be More Caucus, as well as the content manager for Towson University Education Policy Project. And I'm just here to really urge that we take a pause on the decision about arming school officers in order to have a very specific conversation that I don't think has necessarily happened yet. So I came to the last public debate of this issue, and the thing that really struck me was that there was a lot of talk about the worst case scenario. There were, I think, a few officers who came and did a demo where they pretended that someone was running to the locker and they timed it to see how long it would take. And I think that really put everyone in the room into that moment, into that worst case moment. And I think that is common for officers to think about because of training and exercises to think about what to do in those scenarios, and that matters. But what struck me was there's a big moment we're not talking about that we actually know is going to happen dozens of times a year. And so I think I'm just here to really, I would like to hear from officers and students primarily on what's going to happen in that moment. And can we all try to imagine that moment, right? So last time the police were here also, they dumped a bunch of plastic guns on the table and said, 19 guns have been confiscated from schools just so far in this school year. And that's pretty shocking for some people who don't necessarily, frequent the schools or they don't know what's going on. It might be scary. But to me, that's not actually scary, because what that looked like to me was a success story in that 19 times officers were able to de-escalate and confiscate a gun successfully from a student who was not bringing the gun to school in order to cause a tragedy, but had a gun on their person. And so to me, that's a success story, and I'm just asking, I would like to hear that story, and I would like to reenact that moment. That's a moment that we know will happen, that has happened, and I'm impressed that officers are able to de-escalate without a gun. And I'm just curious to hear us think about what does that look like now when they do that without a gun, and then really try to imagine what that will look like when if they were to have a gun. And what's the student's reaction going to be? How are the students going to behave, and how are the officers going to respond? And that, I think, is a type of conversation we maybe didn't have yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bluer. Any questions? Our next guest is Allison Schechter.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Allison Schechter, the founder and director of Baltimore Montessori. We opened 11 years ago. A waiver request for a small increase in our enrollment cap will be presented for approval this evening. With a wait list of over 1,200 and a strong reputation, we currently have 450 students and 388 are up for review. That's our kindergarten through 8th grade. But with the wait list of over 1,200 and a strong reputation, I wanted to explain our next steps to strengthen outcomes and increase access. While we are interested in expansion to increase access, our focus is and will continue to be strengthening outcomes for all students. We have been engaged in more in-depth data analysis and an equity audit to inform instruction and develop strategies to strengthen outcomes for all students. While one piece of data, feedback from our alumni, indicates that regardless of what grade you enter Baltimore Montessori, it truly is a transformational experience. But we also see in our academic data that the longer a student is at Baltimore Montessori, the stronger their performance. This is especially true when a student enters at the pre-K level. Based on these findings, we've decided to develop an enrollment strategy where increased access is focused on key entry points. This will help students to transition to Montessori more quickly and successfully, thus strengthening school culture and outcomes. We have also created structures for instruction, progress monitoring, and intervention that we believe provide the support and accountability, as well as high expectations for all of our students to continue to improve their performance while preserving our whole child, student-centered, hands-on approach. Our first step, what you see before you tonight, is to focus on enrollment at pre-K, K, 1st, and 6th. We're asking for a slight increase to address this next step. Our new first graders will be in an orientation classroom that helps them to develop the independence and self-discipline to be successful in a Montessori environment. All of our other classrooms will continue as mixed ages. As we look to expand early childhood, the plan is for this orientation class to eventually become an additional lower elementary classroom. Our 6th graders will be included with our 7th and 8th graders in our newly structured adolescent community that includes a backwards design approach to move more students into algebra and includes a daily advisory to preserve our personalized approach and focus on executive functioning and social and emotional learning, along with a summer orientation for new students. I would like to share our bigger vision, which is to expand early childhood at Baltimore Montessori and be a partner in supporting enrollment in city schools. We are working with the developer to transform a warehouse a block north of our school on Guilford and Lafayette into an early childhood Montessori center. This would allow us to double our Children's House program, our 3 to 6-year-olds, and grow our school gradually over time. Our hope is to partner with city schools and city partners to increase pre-K seats for 3 and 4-year-olds, create a PD center for recruitment and training for Baltimore Montessori and other schools, and be a model of early intervention and increase access to Montessori in a strategic and thoughtful manner.
Allison.
And thank you very much.
I'm just trying to be.
That's okay.
I'm just trying to be equitable.
It was much quicker when I practiced it.
Commissioner Hassan?
So one quick question, and unfortunately, we all know that students don't register in grade level chunk blocks, so we get odd numbers. But part of your charter is to have multi-age classrooms, correct?
Correct, yes.
So this would be a very short-term time period where one of your classes, so it wouldn't impact your fidelity to charter.
Correct. It's only that one classroom for that 1 year.
Perfect, thank you.
And then they'd move into the mixed age classrooms.
Other questions for Ms. Schechter?
Thank you very much.
Good, thanks. Our next guests are, and I apologize if I get some mispronunciations, Tyrone Barnaby? Oh, yeah, they put on here Barnui. I don't know, don't ask me. Kimberly Graham, Mayon Melvin Keyart. It's a group from the teacher. I'm sorry?
Leon Melvin, Kimberly Graham, and Cynthia Jahi. So actually, I'm a organizer for Teachers Democracy Project. I actually gonna let the parents take the 3 minutes to speak, and I'm step out.
Thanks, Mr. Barnwell. Sorry I butchered your name.
Hi, my name is Mia Melvin. I can just go straight. Imagine getting a call saying that your child, who has never been in trouble, has been into a fight.
You have to speak. If you could speak up and into the microphone just a little bit.
Can you hear me?
You're good now,
Okay.
thanks.
I said, imagine getting a call saying that your child has been into trouble and has never been into a fight. I mean, your child has never been in trouble, has gotten into a fight. Her eyes need immediate attention, and I'm trying my best to remain calm, even though my daughter's eyes was very swollen and almost shut closed. I tried to remain calm when the teacher told me that another student was antagonizing the entire class. My daughter was the child outlet because she stood up to her. I lost my cool when the principal said to me that I was lucky it was not worse, and the teacher jumped in to break up the girls. Lucky? I do not believe. The two things that have taken place. School employees need to learn to de-escalate techniques and customer service during traumatic emergency situations. My daughter's eye incident was treated with less than urgent attention. I was treated rudely. School violence is real and needs to be treated with urgency. I propose the school administration and staff be made to attend annual training for de-escalation and customer service.
Good evening. You couldn't hear me?
And ladies, you all three have to fit within the 5 minutes.
Okay, yes. Good evening. My name is Kimberly Graham, and I'm a mom of a first grader. I would like to turn our attention to the value of having restorative practice in every school and the importance of parental involvement from the very beginning. Our schools and city are dealing with large population of children in trauma. Understandably, they bring it to school, and this results in some challenging behavior. RP can be at least part of the answer. So here are some of my questions to you. How much would it cost to fully fund RP in every school? My understanding is now it's only in 15 schools. How can we ensure that each school has a full-time paid person who understands RP? Are social workers, are school social workers and counselors trained in RP? Why or why not? Train parents in RP. I'm willing to be trained, and to train other parents too, including us, reinforces these best practices within the home. Together we can shift violence in our school and community. I also want to talk about, or just leave a question.
Go
ahead.
No, we're literally have reached our
Sorry.
time.
Okay, well, thank you.
Do you have a point you want to make that's completely different than the other points?
No, I am supporting what they're asking for, restorative practice.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for, we appreciate that you took the time to come. Thank you. Our next guest is Leo Burrows.
Good evening, Dr. Santelises, members of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. I'm a 1960 graduate of Frederick Douglass Senior High School, February 1960. Proud of it. We didn't tolerate the foolishness that's happening now in our city with regard to our students, beating up teachers, etc. I don't want to get off track, but what I'm suggesting is that we're not tough enough. We can be compassionate. We can de-escalate. I believe in all of that. I'm a long-term scoutmaster in this city, 55 years. And so we're very compassionate, but we're very tough. But let's get to the nitty-gritty. When I arrived here tonight, I was greeted by armed school police officers. In fact, some of them are in this room at this time. The public school police officers. They do an incredible job. And I'm not intimidated by their weaponry. I've never known of a police officer in my lifetime who doesn't have all of the tools of the trade. And those tools include being armed. 97% of the Baltimore City school police officers are black or African American. I would suggest to you, whether you agree or not, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but something's wrong with that picture. If, in fact, we're downsizing the Baltimore public school police. Some 43 officers have been eliminated from that force within the last 2 years. Should we disarm our city police officers, our Baltimore City public school and public school police officers? I say not. We're not living in England. Gun buyback initiatives have been targeted at the black community. I support the Second Amendment. De-escalate armed suspects. Let's de-escalate them when they're firing at you. You just jump up and shout, de-escalate. It doesn't work. I would submit to you that those of us who believe in the Second Amendment are saying that we have a right to bear arms. We must bear arms, and we must protect and defend our children, our family, and community. And we cannot do it by discriminating against a police force predominantly black, when in fact the white folks who don't live in our city, as do most Baltimore City public school police officers, they live in our city, unlike the Baltimore Police Department police officers. We can't discriminate against them because they're African American. That's my belief. Are there any questions or comments?
Okay, thank you, sir. Our next guest is Seema Shah Nelson.
Hi. I am the mother of 2 Baltimore City public school students, and their safety is my #1 priority, and I'm sure it's true of the board as well. And I believe that armed police officers inside their school is not going to make them any safer, and I'm really opposed to HB 31. At the school board meeting on October 12th, we heard calls for protecting our children from tragedies like the ones that took place in Parkland and in Newtown. If only it was true that armed police officers could keep our children safe from school shooters. But it's not the way it works. School police officers are not effective in preventing or stopping school shootings. According to a Washington Post investigation from March, in almost every single one of the school shootings since 1999 where there was an armed school police officer, the officer was not able to intervene before the shooting was over, either because there were too many students nearby or because they couldn't get there in time. In one case, the school police officer who was in the room with an active shooter said, "You can't just start blasting away with your gun. You could hit someone else, and that would be the worst thing in the world." Out of the 5 most devastating school shootings, armed police officers were in the building or on school grounds and were not able to intervene before the whole event ended. Not only are armed school police helpless in these instances, the presence of school police can actually cause lasting harm to students who are disproportionately Black, experiencing poverty, and have disabilities. This exacerbates inequity and raises the stakes for our most vulnerable and marginalized children. Of the students arrested in Baltimore by Baltimore City School Police in 2015-16, 99% were Black versus only 80% district-wide. 92% experienced poverty as opposed to 83% district-wide. And 40% had disabilities versus only 15% district-wide. And notably, 60% of school-based arrests were for acts that did not even warrant a school suspension. In addition, only 17% of the arrests resulted in rulings of fact sustained, which is the juvenile equivalent of a guilty verdict. In other words, the majority of the arrests of children who are mostly Black, struggling with poverty, and who disproportionately have disabilities were false or unnecessary arrests. If these officers were armed, the stakes would be raised even higher, putting these young people at risk not only for unnecessary arrest, but also for deadly violence. The presence of school police officers in school actually increases law enforcement referrals for nonviolent offenses, and this is supported by a wealth of research. I'm going to give this to you, it's all here. It's difficult to overstate how devastating contact with the criminal judicial system can be to a child made vulnerable by systemic racism, ableism, and poverty, disrupting their education and robbing them of opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Shaw Nelson? Our next guest,
Yes, I will. Thank you.
our next guest is Randy Kess.
Good evening, Madam CEO, board members. My name is Randy Kess. I'm a proud parent of 3 Baltimore City Public School students. I want to ask for your support in favor for arming the school police officers on a full-time basis. The men and women of this department needs to have the ability and able to do their jobs if or when the time presents itself. Listen, I know policing and the majority right now is on the verge of reshaping its image. But the men and women of this department are ahead of many when it comes to engaging the community. The men and women of this police department has been impacting my life since I was in high school with a police officer named Officer Landsey. I was a teenage parent, and he helped guide me on things I needed to do to become a man and what jobs I should take. It's been passed down to my family with my son who attends Poly, with Officer Thomas, who saw him struggling with his grades and got an upperclassman to mentor him in getting his grades up. To my 4th grade-year-old daughter, Trinity, who attended the school police camp and who absolutely adores Corporal Merrick and Officer McFadden for just loving and caring for her. She asks about them all the time and loves this camp. And I ask you guys if you ever supported or been to one of the sessions of the school police camp. It's really good. But the men and women of this department has proven that they have invested in the lives of the young people for many, many years, as you saw with Sergeant Black and countless others who has been nameless. But just really quick, since we just celebrated Martin Luther King Day, I want to just leave you with a quote from him that he did with Oberlin Commencement in 1965. "The time is always right to do what is right. And let's do right by making safety a priority for our students by arming these police officers." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kess. Any questions? Our next guests are Lamont Eccles and Sekou Evans. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is what was typed for me. I suspected it was Sekou Kasimo. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lamont Eccles. I'm a local security specialist. Good morning, everybody. My name is Lamont Eccles. I'm a local security specialist and special police for BD Health here in Baltimore, Maryland, the Park Heights area. Keep it short. I am in favor of officers being armed. We are not talking about your weekend club bouncers carrying a gun in their sock, hoping for action. The men and women of the Baltimore City School Police Department are professional. They go through training. Their integrity is top notch. None of them wake up in the morning looking for a confrontation with any student, any individual, period. But at the moment where they need to put their life on the line, they will do so without hesitation. They have wrote a blank check to this city with their lives on the line. We owe it to them to make sure that they are safe and that they can protect whoever comes into that school building, whether it's parents, teachers, whoever. None of you have ever held a dead child, and I hope you never have to. If that's the case, all this banter about what does and what could be and what likely could be doesn't even make a difference. You did nothing to stop what could have happened. I have 3 incidents in my phone right now just a rebuttal against somebody in the crowd. Resource officers in May of last year, March and April, stopped active shooter situations by engaging the shooters. Last year, September 26th, a firearm was discharged in a Baltimore City public school. Now, before that happened, a lot of people here would say, "Oh, that could never happen. That student had that gun, and he had no ill intent. He shouldn't have had the gun, period." So that's my place on it.
Madam CEO, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm going to be real brief. I got a minute, right? When I was a student at Frederick Douglass High School, class 68, we used to hang out over Mondawmin, and they had unarmed security guards, and we just ran wild. We did what we wanted to do. When they got guns, all that changed, because an armed police officer is a deterrent, contrary to popular belief. When I went to the community college of Baltimore, there was a white radical professor there named William O'Connor, and he taught us that if you're born into a racist society, you belong to the dominant race, and you're a product of those racist institutions, how can you not be racist to some extent? So all these white folks in here advocating for our children, think they know what's best for our children, they need to step aside, stay out of the way. We know what's best for our children. I read Sigmund Freud, Carl Jung, William Shockley, and B.F. Skinner, all of them. They were dealing with a different psychology. They wasn't dealing with the psychology that comes out of the black experience. Let us raise our children. Let us decide what's best for our children, because that's institutionalized racism. You can be racist, don't even know you're racist. I learned from experience. They got it out of books, so on sociology, psychology. I got it in the United States Penitentiary, Lewisburg, Leavenworth, Marion, Illinois. I got on-the-job training. I know what I'm talking about. I know what our children need. We need strong black role models, especially armed police officers in our schools, which are predominantly black.
Thank you, Sekou. Any questions for Mr. Casimo or Mr. Eccles? Our final guests are John Gray and Unique Chisholm.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
We are the Baltimore Algebra Project.
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 We are the youth.
We are the youth.
We are the youth.
We are the youth.
We reject House Bill 31.
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 No guns in schools.
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 No education, no what?
No education, no life.
No education, no what?
No education, no life.
We gonna fight for our what?
We gonna fight for our lives.
We gonna fight for our what?
We gonna fight for our lives.
No education, no what?
No education, no life.
No education, no what?
No education, no life.
We gonna fight for our what?
We gonna fight for our lives.
No guns in schools.
No guns in schools.
No guns in schools.
No guns in schools.
Hello, I'm Michael Farmer. I'm a youth organizer for the Baltimore Algebra Project.
Hello, I'm Bobby Irvin. I'm a youth organizer for the Baltimore Algebra Project.
Hi, I'm Maria with the Baltimore Algebra Project. I'm the National Organizers and the Executive Chief of Staff.
I'm Deja Hill, Senior Organizer and Chief of Staff Assistant of the Baltimore Algebra Project.
I'm Katie Arevalo, Lead Organizer of the Baltimore Algebra Project.
I'm John Gray, Youth Organizer for the Baltimore Algebra Project.
I'm Unique Chisholm. I'm the Youth Organizer for the Baltimore Algebra Project. My name is Marie McCuba. I'm a Youth Organizer for the Baltimore Algebra Project.
My name is Serena Njai, and I'm a part of the Baltimore Algebra Project.
As members of the community and students of BCPS, we publicly reject this bill. We believe there is no substantial beliefs in arming school police officers, and if these officers are armed, it threatens the safety of students along with the disturbing environment in the environment.
When having this conversation, the question one must ask are, what is the purpose of arming officers? With this policy in place, who do we intend to protect and who do we intend to police?
This bill will only frighten students and give them the mentality of prisoners, because in the likeliness, that's what you will be treating them. It will only have a negative impact on students and worsen school's climate.
On October 2014, at Vanguard Middle School, 3 girls were assaulted by police officer Lakeisha Pulley. What started as a verbal disagreement between officer and one female student in the hallway led to Pulley grabbing her by her hair and slamming her into a door. When her cousin and sister attempted to intervene, they were pepper sprayed. They were also attacked by Pulley's baton.
At Reach on March 1st of 2016, Officer Anthony Spence was caught on video slapping, kicking, and punching a child on campus that morning for allegedly trespassing. And once again, the violence transpired from a verbal conversation. It turned out that the child was a 16-year-old sophomore at that school. All from misunderstanding and miscommunication, the young man had to go to the hospital for injuries to his neck and his ribs.
Due to incidents such as these, the Baltimore Algebra Project and Youth as Resources created the School Police Report Card. And when analyzing the data, you can see that overall school police have a subpar conduct and performance in schools, mainly pertaining to the section that focuses on behavior. That can be seen with the results, with 51% of students saying that they do not feel comfortable with excessive force that police officers are using in their schools.
We actually have students here to testify on their personal experience with school police officers.
Ladies and gentlemen, your time has expired.
No education, no what?
No education, no life.
We gonna fight for our what?
We gonna fight for our lives.
We will not be silent.
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 You will hear us.
You will hear us.
This is our room.
This is our room.
Go ahead.
No. Actually, I've respected that. We've.
A young person is speaking right now about their personal testimony. It is crucial for all of you all to hear them out.
I can appreciate that. We gave you your time and you chose to use it in a certain way.
I, as a student at Baltimore City Public Schools, do not condone a House Bill 31.
Ladies and gentlemen, the rules of order are pretty clear, and we've actually agreed to move you to the end of the. Actually, no, I'm definitely not going to do that. That's not what I do. Ladies and gentlemen.
If you look on that paper, that's an active school police report card. That's what our member Maria talked about earlier. The school police report card is substantial physical data from students across the city on their feedback on school police officers. 51%, if you look on the paper, it says that 51%
Ladies and gentlemen.
have a negative approval rate of their
I
school
know.
police officers. If 51% of students in our city don't want school police officers, then there's no reason why we should be even considering a
What do you
bill
want me
that
to do
harms
here?
these school police officers.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would respectfully ask that you.
Ideal school, you do not think of guns in school. You don't think of students being policed. You don't think of students with armed officers.
Let's just set the tone here right now that we didn't disrespect none of y'all, so we wouldn't want none of y'all to disrespect us. All people that are in the school yard.
No education, no what?
No education, no life.
We gonna fight for our what?
We gonna fight for our lives.
We will be heard.
We will be heard.
We will not be silent.
We will not be silent.
We have demands.
We have demands.
You have been heard, and we ask.
We demand the school board publicly reject House Bill 31.
The school board is going to vote on this in due order. We had an order of the meeting. We respected your place.
Look, we understand, but we're not gonna stop until we are allowed to talk to all of our demands. We have 5 demands, and then once we're done, you all
You
can go.
had 3 minutes. If you had the 5 demands, you should have read.
No school board vote occur until there is an independent student-led body
The school board
supervising
vote is going
students
to
for
take
their
place
own vote.
tonight.
This vote should serve
please
as a
turn
guiding
off.
voice and recommendation for any future school board vote.
What that means
Baltimore
is
City.
what that means is that we don't want decisions like this about in-school comment made without a review of student council. And
We
don't
have had-
we don't feel represented.
We've had plenty of
Baltimore City
opportunity.
Public Schools needs to identify staff.
Hear them out. I gave everybody 3 minutes. I gave everybody 3 minutes.
Holding off on any further support of House Bill 31 until this process has concluded and with consistent community
We
involvement.
respect you.
We demand you replace House Bill 31 with a bill securing state funding to update and maintain the school police camera system instead of House Bill 31.
Baltimore City Public Schools needs to support the establishment of an auxiliary force of volunteer community members to provide additional safety personnel and capacity to Baltimore City Public Schools school police. Number 4,
Implementation of the National Student Bill of Rights, use of right number 6, safe and secure public schools, and say no to House Bill 31.
Establish a policy
Separate from other state law that reinforces state schools with an explicit banning of school police officers and school resource officers from carrying firearms.
The Baltimore Algebra Project in 2009 created a Bill of Rights called the National Student Bill of Rights. The National Student Bill of Rights is a list of 15 rights we believe all school students are enlisted to. Number 6 of those rights is right to safe and secure schooling. A part of safe and secure schooling does not have our students in class with guns in
None
the
of you
building.
want to jump in front of a bullet if somebody walks into that school.
Holding a gun
These
is not
students
caring
are
for
always
people.
in front of bullets in their communities. If
You are
there
not
is
in
already
the
an established
classrooms with us.
relationship
You are
between
not in
young
the
people
classrooms
and
with
police
us.
officers. If there's one thing that the community and the board should take away from this, if there's one thing that the community...
If there's one thing the board's taking away from this is that you're not respecting anything about the process.
If there's one thing that the community and the board should take away with this is that students collectively are against this. Think about who these schools serve. These schools serve students. If students say no, you need to rethink why it is that you think putting guns in schools is okay when a collective body of students who the schools are created for is saying no. When you ask yourselves who are students for, if you're answering students, if you're asking yourself who are schools for and you're answering students, you need to respond to students specifically when you think about voting on these kinds of decisions. I'm not done talking. When you're thinking about these kinds of decisions.
With us, you do not get to participate.
There's
in this
substantial data
conversation.
we passed out. We asked y'all to use those papers and look on the paper. That paper's from the school police report card, like I said earlier, and on that paper is numbers, facts on how students in schools in the last 3 years feel on their school police officers. There's nothing else to consider. Is students have stood up and said that we disapprove of the bill, and there's on paper facts that speaks against it.
The officer that just got on board, he don't use a gun to love and care for students. So why should he have a gun to love and care for students? Just support us. We asked for y'all to support us, and y'all denied him.
We're now going to have a few of our members stay up here, and they're going to wait for responses to these specific demands. I hope y'all was listening. If y'all not, then y'all have the paper in your hands. Y'all
We're not listening because you're not talking to the school board.
We'll wait for responses on these demands.
They're saying they're not leaving.
No education, no life.
No education, no what?
No education, no life.
We gonna fight for our what?
We gonna fight for our lives.
We gonna fight for our what?
We gonna fight for our lives.
No education, no what?
No education, no life.
We gonna fight for our what?
We gonna fight for our rights.
No education, no what?
No education, no life.
We gonna fight for our what?
We gonna fight for our rights.
So this part of the meeting is over, general public comment. I'd now like to ask if there's any other items that the board would like to pull from the consent agenda?
We would like a response.
No, you used your time.
We would
You
like a
didn't talk to-
response.
I did respond to you. You didn't speak to the
We
school
would like a
board.
response to our demands, please.
Don't push me. I have been very respectful of the algebra project in this forum. You got the same 3 minutes. I moved you to the back of the agenda. I asked you to respect the rules of order. You did not. No,
We would like a response to our demands, please.
that's not true. You're not going to get, you're not.
No education, no what?
No education, no life.
Okay,
No
the board is,
education, no what?
this meeting,
Education, no life.
this meeting is officially recessed. I'd like to entertain a motion to reopen the public meeting. Moved by Commissioner Hassan, second by Commissioner Frank. All in favor? Motion passes 9-0. We're going to reopen the meeting. Are there any other items people want to pull from the consent agenda? Hearing none, we're going to go back to the items that are pulled. I'd like to invite Dewana Starrett to come and talk to us about HB 31.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam CEO, members of the school board. Dewana Starrett, the Director of Legislative and Government Affairs. Tonight, I'm here to talk about House Bill 31, which is the Weapons on School Property School Resources Officer, introduced by Delegate Cheryl Glenn this past session. As I stated at the January 8th legislative platform presentation, I said I would bring this legislation before the school board so you could make a public vote about your position for the current restriction on school police. As we know now, the current law requires that school police that are temporary or permanently assigned to a school building, you can't hear, shall not carry firearms during the school day. This bill, as written, purports to modify this restriction to allow school police officers to carry firearms all day long. So I want to just give like a background first of how we ended up with the current school, with the current restriction. Prior to the separation of the school board from the city of Baltimore, there was a special division of the Baltimore City Police Department. They were the school police resource officers, and they patrolled and policed the school buildings. In 1991, the mayor and city council introduced legislation to separate that special division of the Baltimore City Police Department to make a separate Baltimore City School Police Force. And at that time, upon that separation, there was a restriction on the ability of the officers to carry firearms on school property. In 1991, there was a modification, after 1991, there was a modification to the law to continue the restriction, but to have the restriction start at 7 a.m. and end at 4 p.m. Subsequent to that, in 2002, legislation was introduced to modify the restriction to what we have today, which is those permanently and temporarily assigned to school buildings cannot carry firearms before or after school hours. This change was provided because there was concern that the most concerning time for school police was when students and staff entered school buildings and when they left and at sporting events. And the school board at that time felt that in order to ensure that there was safety, that they wanted to modify it so that they could carry them at the beginning of the school day and at the end, and not specific 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. because there were so many different start and end times for schools. So that's how we got to where we are today. So with this bill, as written, if you see the memo that was posted to board docs for the public and for yourselves, the bill is slightly flawed in that it changes the section of law in the criminal law section of the Maryland Annotated Code that indicates that school police may have the same force and effect of law as all other school police officers. However, we have a special section under the education article in section 4-318, which specifically provides for the restriction. This bill does not change that restriction. Therefore, there would be a conflict in law. So the way the law is written today really is inappropriate. However, what I want this board to look at is the intent of the legislation. So the intent is to remove the current restriction. So what I'm asking this board to look at is to decide if they agree with the intent to remove the current restriction or to continue with the current restriction on the school police officers. So there are two avenues for this board to vote. One is to support the legislation with an amendment so that it would be clarified to modify the correct section of law. And if you support with an amendment, that means you support House Bill 31 and you would like to see the restriction removed so that police officers may carry their firearms all day. Or you can oppose the legislation, which means that you would like to keep the status quo.
Before I call for motion, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Rep? Commissioner McFadden?
Why do we have to take a position?
We have legislation that has been introduced, and legislation, we need to have a position on that legislation because it's specific to Baltimore City School Board.
Any other questions for Mr. Rep? Okay.
So the only amendments to it would be what you just said, no other amendments could be made to this bill?
You can always offer amendments to the bill, but the bill before you is what I'm asking the board to take action on.
The bill as it is before
As
us.
written, yes.
I do want to, I know that you're up before us, but I want to recognize the young people that were just in front of us. I want them to know that this is a part of the democratic process, advocating for yourselves. I do feel slightly disrespected that you all were not, the young people weren't talking to the board. They were facing the audience. So I respect it. I think that the board definitely is a board that wants to hear out the voices and hear what the young people all throughout the city have to say. But I think right now, as it is, we have to respect the process of how things are done.
Commissioner Hassan?
So I just want to add that none of this is commentary on our value of school police or the essential role that they play as mentors and coaches, that this is purely a conversation about a very limited aspect of their job. Do want to question, this pertains only to handguns, correct? So it doesn't apply to tasers or any other sort of defensive weapon or tool of the trade that a police officer might need to use, correct?
Well, the actual law says, notwithstanding any provision of law, a Baltimore City School police officer whose permanent or temporary assignment is at a school or on school property may carry a firearm on the premises of the school to which the officer is assigned. So it specifically says firearm.
Any other questions for Ms. Durrett? Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to support House Bill 31 with the technical amendments that Ms. Durrett referenced. Do I have a motion? Hearing no motion, I'll entertain a different motion to oppose House Bill 31, which would not require us to consider amendments, because if we oppose it, we oppose it. Motion made by Commissioner Reed. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Son. All in favor of the motion to oppose House Bill 31, raise your hand. Commissioners Lynn, McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 10-0. My bad, sorry. What I'd like to ask for now is a vote on the other items that remained on consent, which were items 8.02, 10.11, 10.12, 10.13, 10.14, 12.01, 12.02, 13.01, 13.02, 13.03, 13.04, 13.05, 13.06, 14.01, and 16.01. Do I have a motion to approve those items by consent? Moved by Commissioner Bondima. Do I have a second? Commissioner Reed, all in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0. Commissioner Lynn, I accidentally included in there item 8.02. Are you okay? Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. I missed it. We'd now like to have Ms. Alvarez present to us on the Baltimore Montessori waiver, and when we vote on this, Commissioner Lynn, you can vote on this item.
Good evening. I'm Angela Alvarez. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of New Initiatives.
And I'm Trevor Roberts. I'm a specialist in the Office of New Initiatives. We're going to present an enrollment increase request tonight for Baltimore Montessori Public Charter School. This slide just goes through the process of when charter schools are requesting a waiver. There are some factors whenever we consider a waiver request from a charter school. So we look for the evidence of demand or capacity for the school to implement the change, the school's rationale for how the change meets a school need, evidence of how stakeholders were involved in vetting and approving the request, the quality of programming offered by the school, and the building capacity. And when we receive a request at the Office of New Initiatives, we determine whether the request meets the established guidelines. We vet the request with partner offices, share that request with the Charter and Operator-led Schools Advisory Board, and we are now bringing the request in front of the board for a vote. And just a quick note on enrollment requests. Enrollment requests for enrollment capacity not only set the maximum enrollment that a school can be funded for, but they are also used to develop budget projections and help schools manage their budget development and allocation of resources, and they're used to assess space in various schools and grades as part of our portfolio management strategy.
We're having a technical issue.
Today's only request is from Baltimore Montessori Public Charter School. They currently have an enrollment cap for grades K through 8 of 388 students. They are requesting to increase that by a total of 20 students to 408 over the course of the next 3 years. As we shared last week, or 2 weeks ago, the school does have a strong demand for seats with over 1,000 students on the wait list. The cap increase would allow this school to offer additional seats and incoming grades, early learning grades in sixth grade in the middle school. As Ms. Schechter shared earlier today, it would involve the conversion of one mixed grade early learning classroom to serve the increase in students to bring them up to speed on the Montessori model. And the school's already identified staff members who they think would be good for this purpose. And the school has vetted this request with stakeholders through community meetings and meetings of the operator board. The staff recommendation is to approve the request.
So when we were here last time, you asked us about the geographic attendance area. So this school, so charters can apply to have a set aside for up to 35% of a particular enrollment zone to give preference. This board in the school year 15-16 approved giving Montessori a 10% geographic attendance zone for the neighborhood they live in, Greenmount West, which sits on the enrollment zone for Dallas Nicholas. It's a small part, so it's not the entire Dallas Nicholas zone, but it is a portion of that zone that's covered by their geographic attendance waiver. That waiver limits the proportion of students who get preference to 10% of the entire population. So right now, over time, they're slightly above that. So they're at about 17% of their students are coming from the Dallas Nicholas zone. Approving this enrollment cap increase will not impact that waiver greatly. Will have a slight impact, but they have to maintain that 10%. So in years when they're above, they have to reduce that preference so that they're not continually increasing the percentage of students, so they're staying within the 10%. So when they're above, that means they can't offer that preference when that population exceeds that, so that there's still fair access to the program across citywide. You know, charters are open to schools citywide, and so there's not having a significant impact on one zone. So it would be 10% of the entire population, which is around 39 to 41 students total if you approve it. When we look back at how many students came from that area last year, it was 3 students. Please correct me if I'm saying that wrong in the record. Or 3 total. It would be three additional students total.
Yeah, so for the increase of 20 students, given the enrollment history of students coming from the Dallas F. Nicholas zone, that 20 additional students, we project 3 of those students would come from the Dallas F. Nicholas zone.
And I was the one that raised that question, and the memo that you submitted that you just explained was very thoughtful, detailed, and helpful. So I appreciate that. I wasn't trying to conflate 2 different issues, but we hadn't really revisited it, and there was a lot of discussion that night. So it was just very helpful to see the whole. So thank you, Commissioner Frank.
The memo was very helpful, and I think I read that the enrollment at Dallas Nicholas has declined.
It has.
But you're conclusion is it's not attributable to the geographic preference that was created for Montessori?
I think there is some relationship between that, but when the board approved that in 15-16, it already kind of set in motion that impact. So I don't think improving the this cap request
It's 3.
is separate. So it has had an impact, but because they have that 10%, it'll continue to have basically that same sort of impact, especially at the numbers that we're talking about tonight.
Other questions? Can I have a motion to approve the staff's recommendation to approve the waiver request and increase the enrollment cap? Moved by Commissioner Frank. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Richardson. All in favor? Commissioners Lynn, McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 10-0. Thank you. We're now going to turn our attention to a set of items, 10.01 to 10.10, which are all related to the school systems. They're separate items, but they're all related to the school systems assembling of a set of partners to address the social and emotional learning needs of our young people. Related to the blueprint. So I know that at least one Commissioner, McFadden, had submitted some questions ahead of time. And if you wouldn't mind for the public consumption, it'd be nice to be able to entertain all of them, because I think there was sufficient confusion about any number of things about this process, and we apologize, but it was a lot of money and a lot of items, and we're asking that you indulge us, and we have a lot of questions.
And I would just like to say thank you for that, because even with what you just said there, one of the things we want to make sure that we do tonight is make sure that we provide a sufficient understanding of the PQS process, like what it is, why it's important, what is the process, what are the intended outcomes of this, and I think a lot of that will come out here, plus with the commissioner's questions.
That is one of the commissioner's questions. That's definitely one of my questions, because my reading of the material, I felt like there was a contradiction. So, I'd rather not have. I don't think we need any summary comments, because you'll see there's so many questions. And then if you feel like after we've asked our questions, if there's some additional information you want to add to make sure that we have a deeper understanding, if that's okay. But that's one of the questions. So, who wants to go first? Who wants to? Is who retired?
I thought we saw that. Is he? Oh.
Yes, I was going to say something.
Oh, okay. Don't forget to turn your
Mr.
microphone.
Parker is retiring.
Like
That came
after tonight's
before.
meeting? See, boy,
Well,
everybody
after tonight.
everybody has their own reactions to tonight's meeting.
So go ahead, Jeff.
Like, no, sit back down.
You're still on the payroll. But I do want to say, and I was just kind of waiting for the pause, that Jeff Parker, after Jeff, how many years in city schools?
15.
After 15 years in city schools, which is dinosaur years here in city schools, particularly in the kind of role Jeff has really been one of the forces that has enabled us to really refute a lot of the arrows around how we're using money, how we spend the money, our stewardship over it, and procurement is not an easy seat to sit in this system, in any system, but particularly this system. It is a hot seat. You see how Jeff's turning slightly red now. He has to do that frequently in saying no, but also in saying yes, in working to get things done. And I know it is not easy, Jeff, but I want you to know that I know the board appreciates your willingness to sit on the wall. And I always go back to those jobs nobody wants, because you don't get to give nice answers all the time. But know that in our push for, additional funding, the work that you have done over 15 years has put us in a place where we can stand very assured and actually refute darts of mismanagement and all the other stuff that people use as convenient one-liners when they don't want to give certain children the money that they are entitled to for their schooling. And so just know that you have been part of that. We celebrate your contribution. You will be sorely missed. This is not Jeff's last day, but this is probably your last board meeting, right, Jeff?
Yes, it is.
Don't smile too broadly. Don't smile too broadly.
He's like, uh-huh.
Absolutely. He's giddy. He is absolutely giddy. But I did want to take time just to say publicly, Jeff, we appreciate you. Thank you for all your work over the last 15 years. We will miss you, but God, you have so earned retirement. So good for you.
Before we take questions, the only thing I want to add is, Jeff, what I know about you is you've never met a question that you couldn't answer. No, we're gonna, so we've got one last chance.
All right, here we go.
So what I'd like to do, I don't want to build up any drama around this, it's just like more package of, more items than usual. We'll take board member by board member, whoever has questions, not everybody does, and you can ask a general question, you can pick a specific item. I'm confident that the questions are answerable, it seems like it'll be easier to do it this way rather than go question by question. So, who wants to start? Commissioner Hassan?
So thank you very much. I'm going to start with my first line of questioning because I think that most of us have the same second line. And that's actually about item 10.01, the good karma. It seems like all of these things are not like the others. Good karma is targeted at staff and teachers. So I'm wondering, A, what is the relationship with collective bargaining? And B, have we approached our healthcare provider about paying for this and covering it? Because I know in other organizations where you have big, giant healthcare contracts, it's the healthcare organization that actually provides this as an in-kind service.
Thank you for that. So, Casey Mengel, Special Assistant to the Chief Academic Officer. Thank you for that question. I think it's an excellent one and one that we should explore. And you're right, good karma does stand a little bit apart from some of the others. It is direct support to our staff, right? Recognizing that we don't just need to focus on student SEL, but adult SEL is just as important in a district as tough and challenging and yet as rewarding as ours. So I appreciate that question. I don't know that I have an answer for you, but I think it's something that we need to explore and work with our Office of Human Capital in order to do so.
Because I'm even concerned as PEP or procuring these as a menu of options for schools, this one being in that menu is even problematic. So I don't know if it needs to be pulled out and put in a separate chunk. Yeah.
For separate vote, that's no problem at all.
Yeah, I'd like to vote on that one individually. And again, not that I don't believe in the supporting of our teachers, I just think it's confusing when it's lumped into student options, especially around the blueprint, since the blueprint leadership is teacher-focused and adult-focused, but otherwise, the SEL component and the whole child is really student-focused. So just keeping that clear, I think, is important.
Sure, I appreciate that. In our in the focus and in the scope of work associated with this PQS, we did, broaden that scope to focus on direct programming for students, direct programming for adults, as well as professional development experiences for adults in order to bring some of that programming to bear on behalf of our kids. And so, as a submitter to the PQS, it aligned certainly with what we had asked for in a broad way. So just to clarify how that came to bear.
Okay. And then my next sort of set of questions, which I think dovetail off most people's, is can you provide a picture of this overall SEL plan? How all these pieces fit together as menu options, how schools are going to be presented with, here's your choices. If it's sort of a tiered support, this is you can pick between these two because you're not ready for these other three. So then how is this going to become part of a more comprehensive portfolio? Some of these opportunities are after school and enrichment opportunities, and we have a whole bunch of other providers. Hooks before books, all these other pieces that aren't on this list, so will they be presented parallel on a list? And then the last piece is, according to our SEL documents, in the whole child office, it talks about, great quality, passion-inspiring programming. Once again, I'm sort of seeing a pathologizing of young people and a need to heal their medical condition rather than a focus on developing and ensuring high-quality arts experiences and physical activity experiences during the school day. So those are my questions. And
Thank you. So I think the first, I want to address the last question separate, as it's a little bit different, I think. But the others, and Commissioner McFadden, I believe you had submitted a series of questions aligned to this as well, right? So how are we sharing these with schools, right? How do they sort of know about them? What is the kind of complement, and how are we aligning this with the blueprint work, et cetera? So I want to make sure that in your questions I'm providing answers to all of those. For the blueprint, as you well know, in our student wholeness section, one thing that it really begs of us to do is to start looking at our current partners, as well as bringing folks on board who we have vetted, who are high quality and are able to provide a variety of services, programs, development to staff and students in alignment with our student wholeness vision. The PQS that we engaged in starting in September was one mechanism by which we wanted to ensure that we were and were providing and had access, our schools had access to high quality partners who provide SEL programming, again, development or direct programs to kids and to staff. In doing so, the PQS not only allows us, if board approved, to be able to start that, I want to use catalog sort of loosely, but catalog of high quality programming where schools will be able to go and access a variety of resources to say, if I have a focus on middle grades, right? We know we have a lot of challenging issues in our middle grades, particularly with suspension and behavior. So if I want to find a program there, say for example, Project Numa, who can really focus on providing students with meaningful activities, schools will be able to go and access that resource, see what the research says on that program, and be able to engage with that. So one thing was to start building that kind of cadre of supports, right? So that was one reason why we engaged in this and in the way in which we did. I will say you're also right in that there are other organizations. A good example is Center for Supportive Schools, which was approved back in December, which is not on this list because they just didn't come through the PQS process. And not every vendor that we would want to see in our district did, right? So it was publicly solicited. I'm sure Jeff can talk more about that as need be. But those who came through are those who came through. We were able to, vet them for quality and sort of start building that catalog, if you will.
so on a PQS process like this, that's a no-bid process, how are you communicating to ensure that we're casting that net wide enough and deep enough to get the portfolio of options we really want?
Right, so what we do is once we finalize the solicitation, we publicly advertise it on eMaryland Marketplace. And so that it literally goes to hundreds of thousands of vendors that have identified themselves as providers of these types of services. And they would receive an email notifying them that this solicitation has been published, and they can download it from the state's website. We received 24 responses to the solicitation. One was deemed non-responsive, and the other 23 proposals were evaluated by the evaluation committee. And then based on that evaluation, the committee put forward a recommendation of these 10 providers, taking into consideration the vendor's qualifications and costs for those services.
Were any direct invitations made? I'm thinking like Holistic Life Foundation, groups that we have a history of working successfully with? Or was it all just if they happened to go by and see the post?
Typically what we do is if we're provided with lists of vendors to reach out to, we reach out to those vendors. I'd have to look up that specific situation, but in some ways that might prejudice other vendors, because then the whole community wants you to reach out to them, and then people complain about that. So what we do is we post these solicitations on our own website. We have a pre-proposal meeting that vendors can come to and ask questions about what's the intent of this, et cetera. People from academics are present to answer questions. We document all the questions and answers, and we post that on the website. So the whole process is very transparent and equitable for all.
Commissioner McFadden?
So I just received these responses back today, but thank you for them. But for the sake of those that are listening and in our general public, how do the requests align to the budget? That was one of the questions that I had, because some of the schools are absorbing the costs, and you let me know through Title I, Title IV funds. But can you talk a little bit more about how these programs are going to be funded?
Sure, of course. Thank you, and a good question as well. You will see in the various board letters, we have already aligned some of our funds, both in Title I and in Title IV, to support our Blueprint intensive learning sites in SEL and in restorative practices in accessing these partners. So when we launched our SEL intensive learning sites, one thing that we learned in doing needs assessments and resource inventories at those schools is that they were looking for partnerships to kind of dig into different areas, right, and to be able to really help them go deep. And so part of the PQS process in us aligning those funds, we have already aligned those with the blueprint. So again, Title I, Title IV, both in FY18 and in FY19, to sort of support launching these programs at schools. We'll be having budget conversations with those schools as well about how we sustain those plans aligned with their school-wide SEL focus.
How does this impact in the budget development process right now? How could this potentially impact schools seeking out some of these programs to include in their budgeting for the summer and next school year?
Sure. So for schools who may not have access to the Title I and Title IV as like a Blueprint intensive learning site, they would obviously be looking at their own budgets to see if there was flexibility within there in order to provide for this program. For intensive learning sites, on the other hand, we've committed to like I said, sort of a Kickstarter, if you will, kind of lack of a better term, to be able to support schools in bringing these programs on starting this spring and going through the summer. So part of our budgeting conversations with them is how do we then sustain after the fact? So leveraging their upcoming FY20 funds in order to support the continuation of programs aligned with their school-wide SEL plan as part of the blueprint.
And then the third that I asked was how will information about the programs be communicated to schools? And you mentioned a directory, and you put it in quotations, for the blueprint. Well, as called for in the blueprint to share with schools and make available through student wholeness. What is that called? The 365?
Yeah, so we have a Student Wholeness Office 365 site, which provides resources that we've shared with school leaders since last year when we started doing the work. It also has spaces for intensive learning sites specifically. And so leveraging our Office 365 platform, we'll be able to host a directory there. And then, and Jeff, you can probably speak more to this as needed, but we also have our, procurement website. So in the doing business section on our Baltimore City website, all of these vendors obviously would be available and listed there. We do want to make sure, however, that we are aggregating all of those that are really focused on SEL and student wholeness together so folks can see the complement of resources that are available to them, and that's what our Office 365 site would be able to offer.
And then finally, you talked about the PQS access, and my question was in evaluating the effectiveness of these programs, if they're approved tonight, how would we do that? So could you talk a little bit about, again, the PQS, the evaluation, how they've already kind of been how they've been vetted already, so we're not just, can you talk about that?
Mm-hmm. Do you want me to talk about that? Or you?
Just talk about the ESSA.
Great. Okay, so with the ESSA federal regulations, we are able to fund ESSA level evidence of effectiveness 1, 2, 3, and 4 using federal dollars. I don't want to get too super in the weeds, but part of our procurement process now asks vendors to provide information so that we can assess them along those categories. A level 1 is something that has really received like a randomized control trial, highly vetted program and is able to show statistical controls. We have a lot of this information up on our website as well around the ESSA evidence of effectiveness. And then a level 4 is something where they've presented a logic model, where they are typically fully grounded in research-based best practices, but perhaps may not have had their components fully vetted in either an experimental or quasi-experimental controlled design. So with the PQS process now, part of their submission is to provide evidence of effectiveness that aligns in those ways. And so through our review, we were able to determine whether somebody met a level 1, 2, 3, or 4. And that was our best guess. All of our participants in the PQS have submitted to the Office of Achievement and Accountability, where we have a formal vetting process. So the city has defined what level ESSA evidence of effectiveness they have. Many of the vendors, and I can certainly provide this after the fact, come in at a ESSA level 1 or 2, which is excellent. Really strong evidence of effectiveness can be found on the What Works Clearinghouse, and have been approved as like CASEL, that's our SEL partner, a strategic SEL select site or select partner, as identified by CASEL. So those were really some of the key things we were looking for on the front end. Part of looking for those is because we know that those vendors, as we do, want to make sure that we can evaluate the effectiveness and impact of the program once on the ground. So those who have already been able to show that they can do it, we'll be able to partner with them to do it, right? So part of our PQS asks them to identify their evaluation model, what types of strategies they use in order to evaluate the effectiveness and impact of their program. So whichever schools partner with these particular vendors, we'll work with them and they'll work together to establish that evaluation model. As you know, of course, anything with a blueprint is receiving evaluation and is going to be looked at. We have a partnership with Hanover Research, and we are working on an evaluation model with them for all of our blueprint intensive learning sites for student wholeness. So those partnerships will obviously get pulled into that work as well once those are defined with schools. Those things that are also funded by Title I and Title IV need to be evaluated as well, aligned with those levels of effectiveness. Title I and Title IV funds can't be spent on things that don't meet those standards of effectiveness. And so it is beholden on us to do those evaluations to ensure we're spending our funds in appropriation with federal dollars, federal regulation.
I appreciate that. And will we receive updates when we get the blueprint updates? If we vote to approve these procurement items, will we get updates in the blueprint updates on how the programs are progressing?
Yeah. What we can do is what we can do, Commissioner McFadden, is make sure that the academic team now, I think, under Chief Conley's leadership, will make sure that when the information gets queued up, we'll make sure that we include that in.
Thanks.
Because there's all these options, it would be nice to see in the update what people ended up choosing, because that gets lost in the shuffle sometimes.
And even how they're working in specific areas throughout the district.
Yeah.
Yep. And working together. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Commissioner Frank. And working together, and that's been an interesting thing as we've brought partners together through other, pieces that will come into this larger catalog, is everyone's interested in knowing how their work intertwines, right? And not so just narrowly looking at how is my work impacting, but how is our work together impacting? Schools have multiple needs, and so they may leverage multiple partners in order to meet those. So I think those are also good questions by our partners.
Commissioner Frank?
So, Jeff, our chair challenged us to ask you a question that you can't answer. So I've been thinking of it. Ready? Do you know how to get chewing gum out of corduroy? No? You want to procure somebody that maybe can do that?
The answer is
Could I call somebody?
Wow, he seriously turned red on that one. That's funny. That was a helpful question, Andy. I have a couple, but I want to defer to others. I think my PQS question was answered. I think I understand the difference between a PQS. I don't know who this is from. Who that's from. Anyway, I think I understand the difference between a PQS and a competitive bid, so I'll let that go. I have one overall question, and I want to ask a question on a couple of the individual items. Martha referenced it a little bit when she referenced a specific organization. There's 10 items on here, and I get that castles are people, they're from out of town, and 7 out of the 10 of these items are out of town. I know that we have people in this town who do great work in these areas, and I want to be convinced. I'm not actually challenging this has been very thoughtful, I can tell, but it's sort of bothersome on some level to know that there have been people doing this work in our schools for years, and so were they considered? Were they just summarily dismissed because they've been around too long? Like, why is it that that our people aren't like getting a chance at this work? So.
I can't speak to the specifics. I can share with the board that the process requires that the vendors demonstrate their capacity to do this work, and that they demonstrate this level of effectiveness in ESSA. And that requires typically a significant amount of resources and horsepower to conduct these studies and reach out to Hopkins and have these studies done, and to have these incubators, if you will, to demonstrate their effectiveness. And they have to be able to do it at reasonable costs with sufficient resources to meet the district's needs. That's a lift for sometimes local small companies to do. But
I didn't
in
realize
no
that.
way,
I didn't realize that all of them were about a research and evaluation. Some of them are just service providers. They're providing services.
but they're providing services based on their level of effectiveness as determined by ESSA, which is a requirement now of any solicitation we issue when we're expending federal dollars.
I think the other piece that I would add with this is, and I don't see Sabrina necessarily in the room, even though, she's been emailing me. One of the things that the family, oh, there she is. See, I knew you were here.
That's so funny. She heard her name and she
sure
appeared.
did. She buzzed on in. One of the things that Sabrina Sutton, and the Family and Community Engagement Office has done work on, and that was after meeting with partners. I think it was last year when we had that partner meeting, right, Sabrina? Was really beginning to do a more proactive job in helping to orient more of our local partners to some of the processes and some of the new thresholds. I think fundamentally there is a challenge. There's a challenge in what the ESSA threshold requires, and where a lot of, frankly, local partners and organizations put their time is in actually providing the work. So I don't think it's necessarily, I agree with Jeff that there's a particular threshold, but I would say in terms of their capacity to do the work, it's more so, I would argue, their capacity to navigate all of the requirements. And what that does is it very directly disadvantages organizations that are local who prioritize actually doing the service and not running around trying to get. So while, yes, they do need a Hopkins grant, I would say that most of the folks who are some of our more successful vendors, and we've begun looking into this, so you should know that, it is often yet 3 or 4 more rungs for people to climb over to be able to meet the new threshold. So in spirit, it's a wonderful thing, right? Like, we want proven track record organizations, but I will also say, as somebody who has read lots of proof point research papers that supposedly back up programs, thank you for the folks on the board laughing with me, if you can pay to get an outside study done, see, and I have, Teresa's also, Chief Jones is also agreeing with me, some of that is a privilege thing. If you have the money to pay for an outside research organization to prove that what you're doing, and when we hear from our partners, what we hear, and I got a chance to hear because FCE did a great job in convening them, was, I'm not spending time trying to, spend all this money to get somebody's work. I'm trying to, and I'll never forget, one partner said, I'm trying to keep kids alive.
I don't have time to be jumping through, hoops with Hopkins, hoops with so-and-so. And so part of the challenge we have with the even higher threshold of ESSA is now that is actually baked into the legislation. So what was previously just a hurdle period has now become more baked in. And again, it's attention. I'm not saying we want, my aunt shouldn't be able to just put up a shingle and say she's going to do some work. But on the flip side, I think one of the things that we're realizing is that, again, we have people who've been doing this long after my tenure's over, Jeff is retiring today. We have people who've been doing this work for 35, 40 years out of their homes. And it's just, it's hard to capture. It is attention in the work.
I appreciate that, and I'm literally not talking about somebody putting a shingle out and doing it out of their homes. There's definitely something in between the two ends of the spectrum. And so I respect the process, I respect the explanation, I respect the answer, and I'll go on record saying I'm highly disappointed that we can't figure out a way to incorporate that. People that have been doing this work for years and have been successful. So I'll just.
But I do want to add that we are working on that.
I hear you. I think that's great.
That's why I pointed out the work with FCE, because we are working.
My the two items that I want to one I want to make a comment on, and the other one I have some specific questions on. 10.04, the Franklin Covey client sales leader in me. If I'm reading, there's a lot of. This is an example where there are numerous effective, strong, experienced student leadership programs in this town. And this is Franklin Covey workshops. Best way to learn leadership is not through these workshops. I definitely have some background and experience in this. So this to me is like, okay, again, I'm reading what it says here. Mm-hmm. But a lot of the other programs that are currently doing leadership work with students are more experiential, and it just strikes me that this reads, with all due respect, like eating dry oatmeal. That's what this feels like to me. This kind of leadership development is just can be dreadful. But maybe it's improved over time. But my experience with these kinds of programs is not that great. My specific questions are about item 10.08, the one for the Positive School Center, which I know University of Maryland, Baltimore is a local organization. So this is notwithstanding my earlier comment. So I now have to find these questions. So we've been doing some restorative practices work already. Is this replace our current investment? Is this in addition to our current investment? Did I just miss it? And are these the people who are currently doing the work? Like, where does this fall with what we're already investing in?
I just to be clear, you're asking about the
10.08.
Positive School Center.
Yes.
Okay, great.
This, which talks about, there's a character development, restorative practices, Rachel, there's a bunch of stuff. It's like 6 or 7 or 8 things. But my specific question has to do with the restorative practices component, and I wondered if this is replacing the work that we have been doing, or is this the same people?
No, so it doesn't replace the work that we have been doing. And even IIRP, the International Institutes for Restorative Practices, is also included in this PQS, as you saw. No, the Positive School Center's work really focuses on professional development and coaching for school leaders and staff. They leverage a lot of the different components of restorative practices training. You'll see several others in there, all research-based best practices. And so they come in and do coaching and development for staff. So no, it doesn't replace anything. Complementary to, for sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we already know the 25 schools that have been chosen? It says this, they can support up to 25 schools. So does this mean if 25 schools choose to use them, or is this one of these things like our what do you call them? Not the targeted schools, but the intensive sites. Is this, to be one of these 25 schools, is that different than being an intensive site? Can anybody get access to this? Your school just has to raise your hand and say, we want to do this, and with these people?
Sure. So through the PQS process, I mean, these are then open vendors. Anybody could access them. The number 25 that you see here is the number of schools that the Positive Schools Center is capable of supporting. They can support up to 25 schools in an academic year, not more than that. Some of those may very well be our intensive learning sites in their plans.
So if there's 15 restorative practices sites, and all 15 of those raise their hand and say they want to work with Positive School Center, 10 other schools, it's not about opting in, it's about allocating the money that, other than the 18 or whatever numbers you guys are going to pay in your jumpstart phase. So other schools do have the chance to opt in, if you will, by just raising your hand. And
Correct.
putting up the money.
Mhm.
You just have to be among those first 25 to raise your hand.
Yes, that is true.
Okay. Okay, then.
And I add just one piece. Casey said it, but I just want to hit it. A lot of these partners, potential partners here, are going to be connected with schools based on their planning, the work that our Blueprint Intensive Learning Sites have been doing with Castle, our partner. They have been creating SEL plans. And some plans will focus on adult SEL or programming SEL for students or whatever. And this was about, when Casey called it a catalog, this is about how do we help with the support of Castle in connecting schools based on their needs to organizations that work specifically within that need. So a lot of this, the overwhelming majority of this, is around the plans that schools are making with Castle around SEL. And then how do we support and implement those plans?
Okay. What I've decided to do, because I know we have at least one recusal, and then there's some items that people might not want to vote on, I am literally going to go one by one, and we'll take a vote. I'm not going to call everybody's name. I'm going to count them and just say 8-1, 9-0, whatever. Fair enough, Christian? Okay. If there are no further questions, we'll start with item 10.01. Do I have a motion to approve Good Karma? Moved by Commissioner Richardson. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Berkeley. All in favor? 8 support, opposed. Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner Frank, my bad, I did count it wrong. 7 support, 2 opposed. Commissioner Hassan and Commissioner Frank. Please raise your hand if you're in favor of item 10.01. I will now go back on what I said. I am going to call names. Commissioner McFadden, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Opposed? Commissioner Hassan, no abstentions. Item passes 8-1. Item 10.02, motion to approve the item 10.02 Hazelton Betty Ford Foundation. Motion made by Commissioner Berkeley, second by Commissioner Frank. All in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0. Item 10.03, International Institute for Restorative Practices. Motion to approve. Commissioner Hassan, second by Commissioner Chinia. All in favor. Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Richardson. All opposed. Any abstain? Commissioner Berkeley. Motion passes 8-0 with 1 abstention. Item 10.04, Franklin Covey Client Sales, Leader and Me. Motion to approve. Commissioner Berkeley, second. Commissioner Frank, all in favor. Commissioners Chinia, Frank, Reed, Berkeley, all opposed. Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Kashani, Richardson. Motion fails, 5 against, 4 support. Item 10.05, Paths Education Worldwide. Motion to approve. Commissioner Frank, second. Commissioner Richardson, all in favor. Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0. Item 10.06, Committee for Children. Motion to approve. Commissioner Frank, second. Commissioner Berkeley, all in favor. Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0. Item 10.07, Create. Motion to approve. Commissioner Frank, second. Commissioner Berkeley, all in favor. Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0. Item 10.08, the University of Maryland, Baltimore Positive School Center. Motion to approve. Commissioner Frank, second by Commissioner McFadden. All in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. All opposed? Abstentions? Commissioner Hassan. Motion passes 8-0 with one abstention. Item 10.09, Project Numa. Motion to approve. Moved by Commissioner McFadden, second by Commissioner Hassan. All in favor? Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0. And the final item, item 10.10, the Flippin Group. Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. Is this the Capturing Hearts?
Capturing Kids' Hearts.
Capturing
correct.
Is this the same program at Benjamin Franklin High School? It's in a couple of schools,
Commodore,
because in the
several
write-up,
of
sometimes you mention when it's in some schools, but you didn't, and I wanted to make sure it was the same thing.
Yeah, so it is. It's the Capturing Kids' Hearts
Okay.
program. Yep.
Okay, great. My bad, I forgot to ask that question. A motion to approve, Commissioner Bondima, second Commissioner Richardson, all in favor. Commissioners McFadden, Hassan, Bondima, Chinia, Kashani, Reed, Frank, Berkeley, Richardson. Motion passes 9-0. That completes our consent agenda. Thanks for your patience
No, thank you.
and the thoughtfulness with which you took up this work. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
That brings us to, that concludes the business portion of the meeting. We now have 3 discussion items. Lest you think we were done. Next up is item 18.01, update on the fiscal year community budget engagement update. Yes, sir. I got your note. Thanks, Andy. This update that they're about to give is a terrific example of how responsive this entire staff was to issues that we raised at the last year's budget process. So even before we hear the presentation, I just really want to thank you for being so responsive and putting so much time into the extra budget sessions. Greatly appreciated. And with that, I'll turn it over to who's taking the lead. There you go. Thanks.
Hello, good day. I'm Courtney Desabay, Special Assistant to the CFO. With me today, I have
Jackie Hayden, Instructional Leadership Executive Director, also known as Principal Supervisor.
Christy Lewis, Executive Assistant to the CEO.
Mark Laveau, FC Specialist, representing the Office of Engagement.
All right.
Jackie Hayden, Instructional Leadership Executive Director, also known as Principal Supervisor.
All right. As mentioned, the presentation today is going to be on our community budget engagement process and how that's been updated this year as compared to previous years. I want to say we've Commissioner kind of stole my thunder a little bit, but we did put a lot of thought this year into taking a lot of feedback that we received in prior years, and the process for us is always about iterative development and trying to make steps each year and every time we go through the process and take the feedback seriously. And I just wanted to say that 2 of the things here is that we wanted to make sure that we did take feedback, but we also wanted to make sure it was a genuine process for engagement, that any feedback that we take is able to be applied in a realistic manner. So that's part of the tenets of this project. So we're going to cover 4 things. So first off, the background on the project, the process updates, the survey results, and then the next steps. So I'm going to turn it over for Christy for the background.
Thank you. Good evening again. So last year, we had a lot of feedback that was coming through to the board and to the CEO that people didn't feel like they had an opportunity to really give input that mattered, especially into the district process. And Dr. Santelises gave a charge to look at the process and think about ways to give access and voice. And one of the charges that she gave was to bring together a cross-functional team, which included finance, engagement, and the school's office to collaborate and make sure that we had all areas covered. So that was the start of the process for this year. So we first looked at the district level process, and in the past, the district level meetings really were, here is the budget, here's how it works, and here's the timeline. And that was pretty much it. And so this year, we tried to think about how we could put the voice in there. And so we actually asked all of our district offices, all of our chiefs, to think about proposed priorities that we could bring before the community. And the goal was to have the community look at those priorities, of those proposed priorities, and select the top 5. And we made sure, because we know that everybody doesn't attend meetings, that we also had that survey online for people to give feedback. And one of the things that we also realize is that people don't necessarily understand what we do when it comes to the budget process. So Dr. S wanted us to create a video that hopefully is being queued up right now. And it was created by some of our students. So we're proud of that, in collaboration with the communications office. So we're just gonna, and we showed this at our district meetings.
And I go to Western High School. I'm here to talk about school budgets. Not something you think I'd be interested in, right? But school budgets are about me, and they're about all students and the teachers and parents and everybody who makes school work. So we all know how budgets should work. So how can we make them work for us? The first step is knowing about the money. City school budget is more than $1 billion each year. About 3/4 of that comes from the state of Maryland, and about 1/4 of that comes from Baltimore City. We also get some dollars from the federal government and other sources. The amount we get is based mostly on how many kids go to Baltimore City public schools. The more students, the more dollars. Those dollars come mostly from taxes, that is, your school budget comes from you. So it's important they have a say in how the dollars are spent. So once we know about how much money the whole district should get, the second step is figuring out how much to go to each school. About 70% of the total district budget goes to schools. Most of the rest goes to schools too, but it's managed by the district office for things like electricity, trash removal, buses and MTA passes, school police, athletes, and a lot more. There are also dollars spent on administration that keeps the district running. That big 70% turns into an amount for each school. Every school gets a total amount based on how many students are expected to be at that school next year. There's a formula for figuring out the amount for each of the district's 30 or so charter schools, and another called fair student funding. That's used for schools that aren't chartered. There are extra dollars depending on who the students are, like if they have disability or are gifted or if they're learning English. This year, the fair student funding formula started giving extra to schools that serve mostly low-income families. That's because these students can need extra support to do as well as kids who go to schools in neighborhoods that are better off and have more resources. The third step is the fun part. Once principals know how much money will be in their budget for the next year, they figure out what to spend it on. This is where I come in. Some money comes off the top to pay for principals, teachers for pre-K, and students learning English, career and technology education teachers, and some staff members who support students with disabilities. City schools call these locked positions because district policy and education law says schools are locked into having these people in schools. There are also additional unlocked dollars for staff members for special education based on individuals' needs of students and the school, and principals have to set aside money for this. But what's left over, this is where your principal needs to hear from you. Your school's budget priority meeting is your chance to tell your principal what's most important to you at school, to help him or her figure out how to spend those remaining dollars. So it's time to speak up. Your principal will also have a meeting to show you the school budget draft and the final submitted budget. So remember, it's your money and it's your school. Help make it work for you.
Thank you. I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that the students put this together. I know Christy mentioned it a while ago, but we gave, if I had my way, this video probably would have been an hour and 15 minutes long. It would have been very detailed. It would have all the numbers and everything would be. So we had to really make it more accessible, which is, why we had the students kind of chair this
We'd call it a
project.
school board meeting.
Right. So the students did the graphics. They tweaked some of the language that we were using in there as well. You saw Imani, who did the did the narrative and the presentation. So it was really a very job well done by the students. Jim Majubian in the communications department oversees a lot of the work that they do, and it was really very well done. We're actually getting requests from other offices like, hey, who are the kids you had work on that video? Can they put some stuff together for us? So it was really, really well done. Just wanted to call that out. It should still be on the website, yes. Yeah.
And we did get positive response to that. So Courtney said it's much better to hear the students than to hear him tell that story. So we appreciated that. So we did a total of 4 meetings, and our last session on January 9th was actually in Spanish. That was the first time that we have tried something like that. And Commissioner Berkeley, thank you, because you were there. And it was a great experience for those of us who speak English, because we had to have the headsets on. There's a lot of static. So we got to experience what our EL families go through when they come to our meetings. But we were proud because as we first started out, we didn't have a lot of people. We had like 8 people at the first meeting. But each meeting, our numbers grew. So we ended up having like a total of about 73 people who came out overall. And that's a big deal for us. And this will come up later in the presentation, but we had over 200 people fill out our online survey. So we're making progress. And Mark can speak a little bit to the outreach.
So we had an outreach, an engagement plan to engage our community. Some of the things that we did included, but it's not limited to, distributing flyers to the host schools, email participate in these meetings as well. We did calendar invites to the host principals as well as those principals of the neighboring schools. We posted flyers and posters in the host schools and also in the community. We went to the neighborhood stores and vendors, etc., and gave information about the events. We also did event information was posted on the district's social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc. And we also encouraged the neighborhood schools and the host school to post this information on their social media platforms as well. So that's just some of the things that we did. We also did the traditional backpacking of flyers home with students, etc. And as Christy said, our attendance improved as we moved from strength to strength, basically from school to school.
And there was food.
There was food.
There was food. One of them, I'm sorry. I think one of the meetings did have lasagna, yeah. There was food and there was childcare available at the meetings as well. So we'd have someone to supervise the children while the parents were participating. Yeah.
I won't go through all of these, but you can go to the next slide as well. We had 28 proposed priorities, and I just want to take a moment to thank all of the chiefs for making sure that we had this. This was a really, it was a tight timeline to make it all happen, but we got what we needed, and I think the people were very appreciative to have this information before them. And you'll find out about the results a little later in the presentation. So at the school level, just going back on the district level, we added the priority engagement session. At the school level, we also added a priority engagement session. And we wanted to make sure that schools had a window of time to really make sure that they gave themselves a chance to hear what their parents and their families were thinking, that they wanted to see in the school budget for the next year. So we wanted to we didn't want to talk numbers, we just wanted to say, what are you thinking? What are we missing in the school? And to parallel what we're doing here, we're trying to get the things out in front before the budget process starts, because once the budget process starts, people feel like you already have the answer, so why are you talking to me? And that's kind of why we had to change some of the things that we did here today. And I'd like for Mark just to speak a little bit to the support that schools were given, and then Jackie can speak a little bit as well around the principal piece.
Okay, so what we also did with schools to prepare them for this part of, or this phase of the budget process, we shared with them a toolkit which included template, ready-made information, sign-in sheet, an agenda with the suggested topics. It also included a tip sheet of how to engage your communities, which was developed from input from previous years, from school leaders. Principals were able to help us put this tip sheet together. We also did something called a menu of options of various ways within which they could have engaged their school communities. One of those might have been doing the survey during drop-off and pick-up on any given school day to collect additional input and information for those parents who may not have been able to make it out to a standard meeting. Some of the other things we gave, again, like the evaluation forms. We also gave schools a template of a rating sheet to collect input from their stakeholders on the priority engagement or the priorities for the school.
Oftentimes, the questions from the community come around not knowing the focus of the school and not knowing the whys behind the budget. The priority sessions were an excellent opportunity for the schools to give their narrative so that they can talk about what the priorities are and some of the whys that the community does not necessarily understand. It was also an opportunity to hear directly from the community about what they think the priorities should be without diving straight into the numbers, which is what we've done traditionally as we've had that first budget forum. So this was a time to get away from the numbers and talk about what's going on in the school, what parents and other community members want from the school, and also get some of those questions answered about the whys. This process also was an opportunity for the school's office, as well as the Family and Community Engagement Office, to think about how to better work collaboratively to support schools. Principals do a lot in the course of their work, but everyone is not trained or necessarily or does not always have the skills to get this information out. So helping with the school's office, giving the input on the toolbox, making suggestions, and also being able to look over things that schools were going to be using and presentations that were going to be made to give input about, is this what schools really need and does this work for schools? So that was an excellent opportunity that we're excited to continue to tweak and continue to collaborate to work together.
So what we did was we created a window from the end of November, and it just ended January 11th. So that's a lot of time to create opportunities to go before your school community, to go back before your school community, and to continue to pull the input. And then you'll see there's a little bit of a window between the end of that engagement process and the community budget forum. So schools now have time to think about what did we hear. And I don't think we always gave leaders the opportunity to hear and apply, and that was part of the problem. So we did it this year, and we'll see how this goes, because right now, because the window just ended, Family Community Engagement, along with the school's officer, in the process of compiling the data from the schools. So is there anything you wanted to add about that?
Just that we really listened to the community feedback that we received last year through this process, especially in terms of maybe we may call it something simple, but in terms of the amount of notice given to the community about these meetings. Part of the information given to schools was that they needed to give schools, their school community, no less than 2 weeks' notice, whereas in previous, in the past, it was like 48 hours notice we had written, right? So we did listen and we did improve on those things.
All right. Next up is to discuss the survey. So right here we have a graphic which isn't of much use to anyone right now because it does not have the details as to which priority is which. But we do have the references on a previous slide that say priority 1 is this, priority 6 is, et cetera. But what I'm going to call out are the top 5 priorities that received the most responses. So as Christy mentioned, there were 223 responses to the survey. Which we were pleased with. We also took all the written responses from the meetings and put them into the online survey as well, so they're all stored in the same place. And here are the top 5. So number 1 is with 134 out of 223 votes. We had nurture the social and emotional learning and well-being of young people and adults. Provide training to district and school-based staff on key issues related to student wholeness, including social and emotional learning and trauma-informed practices. Provide training, technical support, and materials to pre-K to 2 teachers to assist them in creating calming spaces and creating emotionally supportive environments that nurture the wholeness of pre-K to 2 students. So we can see this is directly related to student wholeness, and this was the one that received the most votes of all the 28 on the list. Next, we have promote positive behavior and build strong communities through training district and school-based staff on behavioral supports, positive discipline approaches, and restorative practices. I think we see a trend. If we can call 2 items a trend at this point. But this is again related to student wholeness. Next, we have provide access to a well-rounded education. Expand AP and honors courses, expand arts instruction taught by fine arts teachers, and expand Algebra 1 in the middle grades. Number 4, this one is from the engagement group. This is building partnerships with community that connect the schools, students, and families with resources to strengthen families and support student success. And the 5th one was build teacher capacity and content expertise to improve student achievement in the areas of math, science, and literacy. So these were the top 5 responses. Now, I'm sorry, were there any questions on these? Or, okay. We do have in the appendix of the, I'm sorry, there was a question.
Commissioner Frank, I'm sorry, I just didn't. Okay.
Okay, yeah, we do have the appendix in the presentation that has all the survey results and what the responses were for all 28, what the numbers were and the percentages were, so you could reference that. And I think we are putting together the information on all the attendance, both for the school level and the district level meetings, so that the board can look at the attendance numbers for those meetings as well. The next step, or the last section of this presentation, is just the next steps. So where we are right now in the process is the central office budget planning and the school level budget planning, which is about to take place. These dates have remained consistent from the start of the process. School budget allocation should go out on February 4th, and the school budget tools and central office planning tools will be open from February 8th to March 8th. Central office leaders currently, and I just want to reiterate, and Christy mentioned this earlier in the process, the priorities that were presented, all 28 priorities that were presented by the district office leaders, by the chiefs. And the reasoning behind this was that we, as I mentioned, the focus is on authentic engagement. We did not want to put anything in front of the public that could not realistically be implemented in this fiscal year. So we had the chiefs choose the priorities themselves because these are things that they've already started putting thought to and making plans on how they can make these things a reality. So where they are in the process right now is using the data and information that they received, the feedback they received from the survey, and figuring out how to incorporate that into their budgets collaboratively. We know that resources are finite within the district, so this is an effort essentially between chiefs to sort of figure out the give and take of how we're going to make these priorities a reality within this fiscal year. And that does not mean that everything on the list is going to happen, or even maybe everything in the top 5 is going to happen. But we have to, and the central office staff are right now working on the process of figuring out how do we make the things that are important to our community also apply to the budget that's being built right now. And the key to doing that was, for us, having this engagement before we got to this point in the process where these decisions are being made. So it's not an afterthought, it's not an end result of, this is being taken into account right now while the budget is being built. The other things I want to highlight on the upcoming timeline are the school budget collaboratives. We've discussed those previously, both in the public meeting and also in operations committee. These are the collaboratives where essentially we bring all the schools in for budget support. The schools do not build their budgets in isolation. They have the support of their ILEDs, like Jackie. They have support from Title I staff, from human capital staff, from budget staff. So they're going to sit down at the table with everyone from all these different offices to build their budgets based on their school performance plans, based on everything that we know about what the school needs to do to get them to where they need to be. So that process is taking place from February 15th to March 1st. We're bringing in every single school in the district, no exceptions. Next stage of the process after that is putting all that information into the budget tools and going through the reconciliation process, which is, basically running up all the different budgets against each other, making sure everything lines up, especially personnel-wise. And then we have, the parts that, everyone's familiar with, the board budget presentation and board budget vote. That's it. Are there any questions? We'd be happy to take them now.
Commissioner Frank?
Yeah, thanks. There are members of the board that have greater experience than I in community engagement. So I asked some of these questions out of genuine ignorance about how do we engage the public, how do we not raise expectations in terms of what we're asking of them and what they expect in return. And frankly, the best use of time, although that's not a board's question, that's a staff question. But so on the 28 priorities,
Yeah.
is it fair to say that all of those 28 priorities are baked into the budget for the next fiscal year?
No, not yet. And that was one of the things
So
that.
I know.
Mhm.
So how do we describe those 28 priorities to the public? And then when we say to them, participate in this survey, what do we say is the result of that participation?
Sure. So when these priorities were presented, these were presented as proposed priorities. So these are things that, essentially the district leaders are thinking of or suggesting as potential priorities. So these were not proposed as done deal, by any means. And, some of the feedback we got too was, people were like, well, but we need everything on this list. And, they were kind of faced with the dilemma that, we have to make in central office where while we want everything on this list and, we want things that aren't on this list and we want to still continue everything that we're doing currently and we want to go back and do everything that we used to do before that we're no longer doing, we have to make the tough decisions in terms of what actually ends up being the final product. So it was presented that way. And I think for the most part, I think the feedback that we received from the community suggests that they understood it that way. They understood the dilemma. I don't want to quote one specific person, but Kim Trueheart was like, we need everything. Like, just
But
vote
if
for
you
everything.
look at-
Everything needs to be on the
If you
list.
look at the list, at least from a board perspective, much of it's been funded for the last couple of years and will be funded this year.
I would not say that. I think there are certain things that are taking different forms from how they've been in the past. So I think a lot of the things, especially when you look at a lot of the academic proposals, they're looking at doing some of these things that we know we've always been doing, but looking to do them in a more intelligent and thoughtful manner and a more concise manner. And Chief Conley, I don't want to speak out of turn for a lot of things from your office, but a lot of the priorities that we've received from departments are about process improvement. Even like the one we discussed on the finance side, which is about, the ERP. It's not that we don't currently have an ERP or have been funding our ERP system, but it's the fact that we need to invest in probably updating our ERP system. So a lot of those things are along that wavelength, and it goes back to a greater discussion on, kind of ROI, or return on investment, and a constant evaluation on how we're applying funding and just making sure we're moving progressively, in that regard with all things that we're doing.
Well, I just think that, at least from my perspective, I will be looking for the top 5 to either be in the budget or explain why they're not.
Right, and I think that's fair.
People need an answer.
Yeah.
You said this was important, but here's why we can't, or here's why we can.
Yeah, and I think that's perfectly fair. And we stated that on the onset that this is also it's an accountability thing. So we're saying that we're taking your input, we're taking your feedback, and we're gonna go through the process of attempting to put our money where our mouth is, so to speak. And if there is a reason why we're unable to do so, it is still the onus is on us to explain why that is the case or why the decision was made. Now, not everything, as we know, can take place, but then also timing is a factor. Maybe something taking place this year, preclude something else from taking place. Or maybe there's another way that these things are lined up that does not show up in the 28 priorities. By which I mean there could be 1 or 2 processes that encompass 3 or 4 different things on this list. So kind of the juxtaposition of how these things play against each other. And some of that too is the fact that these were presented initially as, by a single office. Like academics presented one, chief of schools presented one, things along those lines. But what you may have in the end result is that these become a lot more collaborative than how they were initially set out, because these are going to be going through the cabinet process, and chiefs are looking at how do we as a cabinet in entirety apply these things, and make the priority, a reality. So.
Can I make a point to that? That's the same thing we want to see at the school level. principals should come back and say, I heard you, you said you really wanted this, we're going with it, or we can't go with it, and this is why. So that piece of transparency and communication is really important.
So it happens at the principal level as well?
Yes.
How does it happen at that level?
So at that level, so if if schools are having their prior to engagement sessions, that was their place for someone to say, I want arts every day, right? Or I want a full-time phys ed teacher. You see what I'm saying?
I'm
So
familiar
it's
with
the
that
same.
process,
Yep.
right.
No, I'm saying it's the same vein of the priorities and coming back and saying what you did or didn't do and why you did.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, there are three main engagements on the school side. So you have the first priority discussion, then you have their discussion before their budget collaboratives when they receive their allocations and they show the plan that they're going to their collaboratives with. And then we have the third step of the process, which is after they come out of their collaboratives, they have to, within 10 days, Mark? Within 10 days, they have to engage the community again, 10 business days, to say this is what we actually did submit. So this is when they go back to the community and say, I know we had this plan, I know this is what you discussed and what we wanted to put forth, and this is what we ended up going with, and here's why this didn't take place or why this changed the way that it did. So it's built into that process as well.
And I assume this year there will be no principal that doesn't have this meeting with the community, right?
That is the goal. I think we have, how many results do we have so far? We're still collecting results from the
We're still
schools, right?
collecting results.
Yeah, so we'll provide you with the results of all the schools that have responded and when they've had their meetings as well. Yeah.
So that leads to my question, just following on his logic. First of all, I just want to say I only have a couple months left on this board. This is the first time I've actually truly understood this budget process. Like having you add these steps kind of gave me some insight into the minds of the people in central office who are charting the priorities, and to have them then come clean with the public and say, before this stuff appears on the final document that's been printed and bound and all beautiful, say, this is what I'm thinking about, what do you think? That was just like, oh, we really can do that, so thank you for that. But I believe, I've heard this most from Chief of Staff, and you just responded to it when Commissioner Frank asked the question, that we really are going to monitor and hold schools accountable for hearing from their public. I got wind of some discontent from some parents at a particular school, and I immediately flagged it and sent it to Allison and said, somebody needs to hover, monitor, spy, do something, because we cannot allow this anymore.
Right.
If we're saying to everybody the action, the game is at the school level, so are we really doing this monitoring? Like,
Yes. Yes. And Chief Davis and I had a conversation earlier today. We started this conversation really early part of the summer, knowing that all along we wanted to do things that were realistic in terms of implementation and accountability. So we're all on the same page. So we're all anxiously awaiting the results to show that all schools had the meeting and what that interaction looked like with their community.
would assume that if any of us pick up in our travels, conversations, whispers, emails, texts, that's not happening someplace, should we, I guess we tell Christian and he can pass it to the appropriate
Absolutely.
people? Because, and so, note to board members, keep your ear to the ground on this one, because I believe you, but any information is helpful. Commissioner Richardson and then Commissioner Chinia.
So I love the video. And my only question would be, once we have our big budget, right? And we've decided how we're gonna create that budget, would it be possible to do a follow-up video that talks about kind of how we have allocated those things? At least the top five, if we were able to do that, just so folks can kind of see what that looks like on the budget side, not just kind of how budgets are made, but then what we ended up doing for this coming school year.
Yeah, so this video, if you notice, was designed specifically so we did not date it in any way. Like, we didn't put any specific numbers, dates, times, and, things like that in it. We wanted to be able to use this in future iterations. However, in response to that question, what we had thought about doing was a Facebook Live event, sort of like the one we did last week. I did an interview with Imani last week on Facebook Live where she asked a lot of these questions on the community budget engagement and the surveys, et cetera. So, and we actually got, I don't know, 1,800
Over
views.
1,800.
Yeah, and that was from Thursday last week. So, I mean, we were thinking along the lines of doing a Facebook Live event where we gave the results, or we showed what the outcome was, or, we had that discussion. Nothing, not to take away anything from the live face-to-face community engagements that we've had, but we've also seen a lot of positive results with having these Facebook Live events. And just for, accessibility, different, people in different areas of the city being able to see it, ask questions right away, or even come back at a later date, look at the video, send questions, and get a response. So that was the current plan. Yeah.
Commissioner Chinia?
I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you for listening to, what people said. I was one of those folks that sat in one of those meetings with maybe there were more of us there to present than there to hear. So, and I'm just happy to hear. And I can just tell you, for the 2 schools that I'm associated with grandchildren, those meetings did take place, and even students knew about the meetings. So that was, one was in elementary, so great. Yeah. I got lots of robocalls, so I know the meetings were happening. But no, but thank you. And I know, as we look at it and get the feedback, we'll continue to tweak it. But I'm just looking forward to the time when parents and community can really help us to, better give our pitch for the funding, based on the fact that they understand what's in the budget, and they really see what that means and how it impacts their school. So thank you all for just a great job.
And I know we've used up a lot of time, but I do want to say, we did mention earlier, this is an iterative improvement process, so it's not done by any means. This is, a step. So any feedback that you have on this process, or that you garner on this process, of course, we want to hear, so we can continue to make changes for next year. So.
And you're not using up too much of our time. No, we asked, this has been a fabulous process, and we know how much work went into it, so thank you very much.
And I just want to thank you all for modeling fabulous cross-departmental collaboration. We have the schools office, the finance office, the CEO's office, family and community engagement, who together were leading this and actually mobilized, some of your colleagues around this. But I also want to thank each of you individually for really digging in deep. You could have tried to do a surface piece and you didn't. And while I agree with Courtney that there's clearly much, more we can do, this is such an improvement over where we were. And I, too, look forward to the data. I'm sure Chief Davis is going to make sure he sees the data before I do, so that he can clean it up before it comes to me. And that there's nothing wrong with that either. But yeah, I look forward to seeing the data. But thank you all for your work on this, because it showed.
Thanks to the chiefs as well, who attended all the meetings. They were present to take questions directly from the community. These were late night meetings, so we had chiefs and their staff present to help out. So it was really appreciated. Yep.
And a shout out to Commissioner McFadden. He almost had perfect attendance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to move to the second item under information, and that's on policy JEA, the compulsory attendance, and this is a first reader. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Santelises. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Joe Gratzky. I'm the Director of Social Emotional Learning and Student Wellness.
Good evening. My name is Sherry West Barber. I'm from the Office of Enrollment Choice and Transfers.
Good evening. I'm James Torrance from the Office of Academics.
So the compulsory attendance aims to convert board rules on attendance and truancy into a policy and regulation. The administrative regulations will be consistent with the attendance training that schools receive during the summer and will continue to receive throughout the year. This creates a common culture for attendance and consistent shared language and best practices.
So here we have highlighted the excused absences that's highlighted in our policy. There have only been 2 changes to this policy, and that is the addition of the meeting the needs of our pregnant and parenting students, as well as adding policy, regulation, and guidance around deployment of our military families. We've also highlighted in our policy tardiness, early dismissals. I can't see them. Truant students, I can't see them. Truant students, and also the rights of our, thank you. The rights of our homeless and the needs of our homeless families to address them as they pertain to attendance.
The regulation maintains guidelines for the following: procedures for handling truancy, the requirement for a written note, the process for obtaining missed assignments, and procedures for early dismissals. This also memorializes the procedures for pregnant and parenting students. It also establishes an appeal process for attendance decisions.
Since policy committee, we've had time to have actual interactions and focus groups with principals as well as attendance monitors and staffs who are actually in the buildings and implementing the actual attendance policy and the actual guidance that we have. From that, we have updated the definition for state of emergency. We also added the definition for habitual truant. We've also made sure that we put in there a connection to interventions and approaches that is consistent with our guidance. Also, we put in there that we're going to distribute this guidance as we always do every year at the beginning of the school year. We also make reference to athletics and how it affects attendance as well. So the requirements for a student to be present by a minimum time during the day to actually participate in sports. And to engagement, we have continued to engage. We've had, in our principal focus group, we saw some things that they have articulated that we should address in terms of operations, but they also see the necessity of the actual guidance document because it allows them to see the actual practices. And then also this office and, well, more so Sherry and Job, assists principals with using the tools that are available with them in Infinite Campus, as well as the principal's dashboard, and teach them how to use those tools to drill down to who are the students by their tiers and use the guidance document appropriately.
Commissioner Hassan?
Thank you for your work on this. One thing that I didn't think of when this came through the policy committee, so I apologize for coming again, is several places throughout the policy document itself, it requires the submitting of a parent's note. What about homeless students who may not have access to a parent or a legal guardian, or emancipated youth?
It's addressed in the attendance in the guidance. Do you want me to tell you if you can pull it up on the page?
Just so that there's a provision there. It's on the last page? Oh, in the guidance. Okay, in the regs. Okay. You might want to add that to the definition,
Okay.
or
Absolutely.
someplace so it's in the policy itself, so that students can advocate. It's hard to double down on a student who's homeless, can't find their family, and then they can't get access to school because they can't get a note from their family they don't have.
Thank you. Yes.
Other questions? All right, we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our final item, Ms. Shirey is going to talk to us about the 21st Century Learning Academic Planning.
Good evening. I'm Dawn Shirey. I'm the Director of 21st Century Learning for the district, which is both in the academics office and the 21st Century Buildings office. So tonight I'm going to share a little bit about the academic planning process, just a quick overview and where we are with each of the schools that have opened thus far. So there are various components to this process, starting with helping the school to determine how teaching and learning will look different in their new building. And by identifying an academic focus area, the pedagogy or focus content that will guide the instruction within that school. We also would do that about 9 months prior to school opening, in some cases a year and a half, depending on the school and depending on when it's opening and the kind of community engagement that we're doing at that site. We also look at school structures a little closer to time in terms of the processes and procedures such as entry, exit, movement within the building, those kinds of things that really help a school to plan in advance to create a safe and orderly climate in the new space. And so we look at building plans together and we create those structures well in advance. And the third thing we do in tandem with the academic focus area is to look at community traditions. And we learned this from our merging schools, that most of our schools have traditions that are really important to them. We want to continue those traditions in the new space, but want to enhance them if possible within the academic focus area. So if a school determines that they're going to be a STEM or a STEAM school, and they always do Dr. Seuss Day in March, they might continue to do Dr. Seuss Day, but they might focus on the Lorax and do some environmental science components within that day to really enhance their STEM or STEAM focus. And the timeline I've already discussed in the previous slide. In order to identify the academic focus area, which is really the core of the planning, we start with a visioning process, and we do that in coordination with stakeholder voice. So really look at an overview of the process with the instructional leadership team, with the school family council, with the community group, with the student government group, depending on which stakeholders we're doing this. And it really varies across schools depending on which stakeholder groups are in place or can be created. There's then a listening piece where I'm listening to what are the current priorities of the individuals at that school and what they would like learning to look like, sound like, and feel like in that new building. Not just learning, but overall school programming. From that processes emerges some potential areas that we take a look at and study together and we explore together. We do that by looking at videos, one-page overviews, articles, and visiting programs if appropriate. And we do this again. This is done with full staff at some point, instructional leadership team, school family council, sometimes community groups, within and across the school, student groups. It really varies depending on the school and depending on the groups within that school. Once an academic focus area is determined, then we work together to create a plan, a scope, and a work plan that has 5 areas, if you will, with activities under each of those areas. Very similar to a school improvement plan, and actually can be utilized as a portion of the school improvement plan. So we look at the instructional programming within the academic focus area. We look at professional development, both within the focus area, as well as for items such as ongoing use of technology. Because the new schools have quite a bit of technology, we want to look at how are we helping staff to utilize technology to more fully engage students, as well as to differentiate instruction for those students. The professional development also includes areas such as in the school climate, if the school's going to do restorative practices, or we may do trauma-informed care within the PD, and that's also within the school climate or tiered support portion of the plan. We've also been able to do a lot of STEM gear training at schools with some recent grant funding to really get STEM gear such as Spiros and drones, makey boards, things that we can teach students how to code and how to use 21st century level technology. And so we do training for either a small group of staff or a large portion of the staff depending on the focus of the school. The plan also includes family and community engagement component and support. That how do we engage families in whatever the focus area is so that they understand it, whether that's doing STEM and STEAM nights, whether that's doing a project-based learning showcase various times throughout the year to really support the understanding of families and for them to see what and how their students are learning. And then we look at partnerships. How do we enhance partnerships or add additional partnerships to really implement this focus area at a higher level? From there, it's the implementation, really facilitating, coordinating, providing professional development, a lot of which starts in the summer prior to opening and then continues throughout the year. We do quarterly work plan reviews with that school team to make necessary changes to the plan, to add additional professional developments, to take things away if needed, and to add additional components depending on what's working and what's not. And then continually looking at additional resources both within the district and outside of the district through a variety of grant opportunities. So that's an overview of the process, which many of you have heard before, but some of you are new, so you may not have heard. So it's a refresher for some and new information for others. So now I'm going to talk about each individual school. The process is done with all of our traditional schools. However, some of our schools are charters and conversion charters, so I'm going to mention what their focus area is. However, their focus area is determined by their operator. So we will start with Fort Worthington. Fort Worthington, as you know, opened September of 2017. Their academic focus area is project-based learning, as well as restorative practices to support their climate. At this school, students have quarterly projects utilizing a project-based learning approach, and those projects are embedded within the current curriculum, and they solve a challenging problem or answer a driving question. With the problem or question, students may create smaller probing questions to get to that overarching issue, and they work together. They really work around the 4 C's. They collaborate, they communicate, they use creative thinking, and they use critical thinking throughout that process. This picture in the slide is actually of second grade students doing a leaf play, which is part of in our current curriculum, students study in the Wit and Wisdom Language Arts curriculum, students are looking at seasons. So their guiding question was, how do seasons impact animals, plants, and the weather? And so this was a play they put on around how it impacts those 3 things, and that was their overarching project in the second grade. They're also, Fort Worthington is a restorative practice school. You see students engaged in a circle in one of the classrooms here. And in K through 5, students do daily circles during their morning meeting to really start their day and build relationships, as well as to solve any issues that may have arose, and to really restore faith in one another. In 6th through 8th grade, I do a little more than circles. This is a school that's working through, many of you have heard of the middle grades approach that we're doing. In the middle grades approach, we have a seminar model that has circles embedded, but it also includes opening with breathing exercises, having a student greeting, so every student is greeted by name, and then moving into the sharing or the circles and going from there into school news and then ending with the breathing. And so this particular school is one of our schools that is implementing seminar model. Frederick, as you know, also opened in September 2017. Frederick Elementary is a conversion charter school run by the Baltimore Curriculum Project, and that school uses direct instruction, core knowledge, and also restorative practices. Wildwood Elementary Middle, which was formerly Lyndhurst, has an academic focus area of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And so students at this school are continuing to do daily science instruction, making sure that they have honor beyond the recommended hours, and that they're utilizing those engineering challenges for each unit. They're also learning coding at this school, and they're using a variety of STEM gear to enhance those engineering challenges where appropriate. And you'll see that in this next picture. These are Spiros that you see in the picture, which are very small robot-like balls that students can code using block programming to move, to make noise, and to change colors. And yes. She's in deep discussion around this.
Please tell me what they do. I don't know.
That's all right. That's all right. There's actually, and it's a video, there's actually a great video on Vimeo right now of Arundel second graders block programming, coding, both Spiros and drones. And it is an absolutely wonderful video if you get a chance to go on. Yes. All right. I will have, she did. She did. On the first day of the Hour of Code, Dr. Santelises was at Fort Worthington. Yes. And a 7th grader who had been learning how to code a drone for the first time learned how to code a Spiro the same day. And because she already knew block programming, she very quickly coded the Spiro and then showed Dr. Santelises how to do it. So She had a little bit, yes. But second graders can show you really quickly if you'd like to learn. Any of these schools can do.
Commissioner Hassan has a question.
So this is great stuff, Dawn, and I'm really glad that you're in this role and leading this. One question I have specifically related to the Wildwood piece, though, is if these are extracurricular opportunities, how are we ensuring that all kids have access and all kids can take advantage?
So not all of them are extracurricular. The Spiros and the drones and the coding actually happen in technology class during the day and are embedded into other content areas. You approved a vendor last year that we've utilized to get the STEM gear that also has a platform that has a variety of lessons that teachers can use, and they were just acquired by Google, so everything can be actually got to through Google, and students can go in and actually do lessons on their own, or teachers can guide them through lessons. Not only can they program on that site, they can cross-program the Spiros and the drones. So students can program that if they throw the Spiro up in the air and they catch it on impact, the drone takes off. And so there's a lot of, crossover that they can do utilizing that platform and some of the pieces. So that happens during the school day. The after school, so the after school is the robotics, right, and additional coding clubs, so students can go a little bit deeper. So it is happening in both places. The school has 3 different robotics teams. They also do Maryland Science Olympiad, and then a coding club where students can learn a little deeper around how to code and do some of those crossover pieces. Yeah, this is block programming online, so they're not writing code fully yet. They sort of are, but it's simplified for them. So it's an opportunity to go a little deeper. And then with the parent and community piece, it's really the STEM family nights and showcases where they're really, and I've seen parents, just driving the Spiros around, and they get hooked just driving it, let alone learning how to program it. So it's fun stuff. Dorothy I. Height, formerly John Eager Howard, also opened in April of last year. And Dorothy I. Height's focus area is arts integration and restorative practices. And so for Dorothy I. Height, they're really learning through art, and so students are learning both in their content area objective as well as an arts objective. And this picture, a student was learning how to skip count in math. And the bell of the jellyfish, the core part, which is the paper plate here, had a pattern that represented skip counting, and then on the tentacles there was actually skip counting numbers. So students were showing both use of 3D art and patterns as well as skip counting in math. And so this school has started some of this work in the summer. They were one of our sites through Young Audiences. And then we started to engage both staff and families this fall. And they just started a series of artisan residents around hip hop with both literacy and math. And then we'll move into various dance forms and literacy and math integration further into the spring in March. And so we're doing it with specific art forms to start so that we can help teachers to really gain that craft so they can integrate along with the artist a little more clearly. And of course, there's after-school activities in the school as well as during the day in addition to the integration in the classroom. The school is also a restorative practice school. And so again, they're doing circles during morning meeting, and they're engaging, and you see a circle here, and they're also engaging families in restorative conferences and students in restorative conferences where appropriate and necessary. Yes?
Ms. Shirey, are they using, this is a school, they have the common area spaces also?
Yes, all of the schools have collaborative
The collaborative spaces. How is Dorothy I. Height, I'm curious, how are they using those common spaces, collaborative spaces for instruction?
So it's a variety of ways. Sometimes circles are done in the collaborative spaces. Sometimes conferences can be done in the collaborative spaces. They're doing smaller projects within those spaces. Their spaces aren't as large as, like Fort Worthington has what we call double collaborative spaces where 2 collabs are back to back. And so there in a place that has some of those larger spaces, they're able to have larger grade level meetings in those spaces, putting on the leaf play like Fort Worthington, the picture for Fort Worthington for project-based learning. They did that in a collaborative space. Parent meetings or community meetings can happen in a collaborative space. So it really varies based on the school and based on the focus of the school, but restorative circles happen quite a bit in the collaborative spaces. And in a lot of the schools, you see teachers in those collaborative spaces in between during planning time, because it's right outside the teacher planning room, and they may sit there or even eat lunch there and really have an opportunity to view the other classes that are coming and going and have an opportunity to collaborate during that time. Yeah. Forest Park opened in September, and their focus is STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. So Forest Park is just beginning to pilot these cross-curricular STEAM projects where different content area teachers are working together to really focus on the 4 C's I mentioned earlier of collaboration, critical thinking, communication, and creativity. In this picture, students are actually using circuit scribes, and circuit scribes are pens that write in conductive ink. And so it's really learning the principles of electricity through ink instead of wires. And so they're learning this and really working towards how to understand that for a larger project. The school also has STEAM-related coursework. Some of the CTE courses here are IT networking, automotive, computer science, and then some advanced coursework that is STEAM-related as well, and so AP and honors courses. Some of these courses are actually through a special project that we started last year at this school called STEM Core. And STEM Core has a variety of courses in partnership with BCCC. So for STEM Core, we started at both Forest Park and also digital last year. We did 2 schools, and 25 rising seniors that are now seniors this year this summer had a summer program where they did Math 86, Arithmetic, and Introduction to Algebra. So it's that initial math course that happens at BCCC if a student needs to kind of get ready for college level math. They did that this summer. In the morning, they had the math course. It was co-taught by a teacher from their school and a BCCC professor who would continue with them into the coursework during this school year. What they did in the afternoon of that program is they had experiences through various companies. And this is an example where they utilized kind of their math and engineering skills. So in this picture, Lockheed Martin came to the school, and Lockheed Martin gave them a challenge where they needed to create a prototype of something to attach a shoe to the exoskeleton. So in the first picture, a student is trying on the exoskeleton, which is, they're kind of testing, what does it feel like, how does it work, right? And then they had to work collaboratively with the team to create a prototype design, which is the middle picture, of what their device would look like to connect the shoe to the exoskeleton. And then they had to actually create the prototype and test it out. And so this was an opportunity for them to use a variety of engineering and math skills that they had talked about in the morning, in reality, with a partner, potential employer for future. So in addition to this happening in the summer, this then continued into the fall. So the group stayed together as a cohort. They took Math 92 Intermediate Algebra in the fall. And they continued with some speakers coming in as well as field trips, and they actually went to NASA Goddard and had a field trip there to really see a hands-on experience at NASA
We have
Goddard.
a question, Ms.
Yeah.
Shirey, from Commissioner Bondima.
Can I just give the last course? So the last course is happening.
Yes, you can.
It's starting soon in the spring, and it is a dual enrollment, 128 pre-calc college algebra course, same cohort. Yes.
Wow.
Commissioner Bondima. Just wanted to make sure you understood the whole. Yes.
Okay. Could you go back to the slide before this one?
Yes.
With the honors courses. Now, these honors courses, are those courses, they're post-secondary courses that you have, that they can use for college level courses, intro to college level courses, and also have they been accepted And do you have a list of colleges that have accepted? Because you go into the state system and you can determine which courses will be accepted at any school, like Towson and all other universities. Have you, these courses will transfer, and the students will not have to take an intro class in algebra, geometry, biology?
Right, so the only.
Is that true?
So the only one that's dual enrollment actually is for the STEM core is the pre-calc. Most of these are not dual enrollment. The AP courses, it depends on the score that students are receiving from that AP assessment. But the intermediate algebra is not counted as an actual for-credit course at the college level.
Okay.
The pre-calc is. And the pre-calc is recognized. The idea for this program and the partners that we worked with that are actually coming from California that do this work there with community colleges, this is the first time they've done it at the high school level. They're actually working with BCCC to continue the pathway so that students can continue in that work. And again, it's a pilot. But
Okay.
really helping to make sure students stay on this trajectory, because what they found was many students weren't pursuing the STEM field that maybe were interested in it, but just did not have the teeth in math, right? They needed some help in the area of math, and so this gets them there.
I have another.
But I just wanted to emphasize that part of, to Dawn's point, part of what we were facing was not kids not having the credit. Like that was almost the end result. The challenge was they didn't have the in-depth background in math. And so even though many of the actual listed honors classes are high school level honors, they are still courses that would not, correct on, have been at a school like Forest Park previously.
That's right.
Because usually what the approach is, well, we don't have any of those kids. And so this entry point gives young people, because most of the top high performers in middle school math go to our top tier, our most exclusive, I should say, entrance criteria schools, right? So they're going to go to a poly, they're going to go to a city. The power of this particular program is it gives young people outside of that realm the actual advanced math to be able to then access STEM careers without not only having to repeat, but also being able to go straight into it.
I also would like for you to investigate or let us know if the schools does testing, like Acuplacer, with these students to determine where they are, so that if they need additional help, so when they enter the 2-year or 4-year college, they don't have to, if they're going through this honors program with these courses, they won't have to repeat these courses, because if they're taking courses like for BCCC and those community colleges at the high school, they don't want to have to repeat the same courses when they get to, if they transfer back to a community college. In other words, the community college instructor that might be coming in teaching those courses,
Yes.
that's what you said, they're actually teaching the same courses that they're teaching in community college. There's no doubt of that, okay? So I would like to see at some point, and I think you already do this, I'm repeating, you already have a testing center like an Acuplacer before the students graduate. That's true?
So these students actually, in the STEM core, take the Acuplacer before the summer program. So they took the Acuplacer in May, so that in the summer program, they would be addressing the specific mathematic needs based on where they scored in the Acuplacer.
Okay.
So that's exactly, and most of them scored in an area where they needed the 86 arithmetic and intro to algebra. Any student that was slightly above, they were able to do the beginning pieces of the 92 work. So exactly what you said, the Acuplacer is done early, though,
Right.
because we want to make sure that in that summer course at the community college, we're really meeting the needs of the students so that they can be
And they
successful.
take that while they're in high school, the summer
Yes.
course?
Yes.
And, I'm really impressed with that, because my biggest concern, and ever since I've been on this board, my greatest concern is the fact that we want to make it sure that when our students graduate from high school, they don't have, go into a vicious circle, and they end up repeating and taking courses, and then using up their financial aid, because they spend 2 and 3 years in developmental courses, and they end up using all of their financial aid, and it just puts a stop to how far they can go as far as finance is concerned. So I'm really glad that you're doing this so that they can be a couple of steps ahead. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So Independence High School is one of our charter high schools, and it is run by the Baltimore Teacher Network, and the academic focus there is expeditionary learning. It also opened this summer. ACE, Academy for College and Career Exploration Middle High, also opened this summer, and they are one of our 100% schools. Their focus is on college and career readiness, and they're currently looking at revisioning given the strategic staffing that occurred as part of the 100% project. Pimlico Elementary Middle, their focus is project-based learning, and very similar to Fort Worthington. They are working on, currently they're on semesterly projects as they're in their first year, and then they'll move to quarterly projects. This is a picture of a kindergarten class. They were learning about the 5 senses, so their driving question for the unit was, how do we support individuals who have lost all or a portion of a sense? And here they're learning about Braille. And so there's a great display in the building of how they learned about the 5 senses, and then they learned about seeing eye dogs, and they learned about folks that support there are little beads on this paper where they're learning Braille along the way. Arundel is our pre-K to 2 school that also opened this summer. It is a STEAM school, science, technology, engineering, math, and it's also engineering and arts and mathematics. It's also a restorative practices site. This school, as I said earlier, there's a great Vimeo showing how students are programming sparrows and drones. They're using a lot of gear incorporated into their school day, and you'll see that across content areas. They've just started to do some 3D printing. That's kind of new for them. We're trying to make sure the schools have that type of gear as well. And then with the restorative practices, they're incorporating that not just in circles, but also in having reflection centers within the classrooms. So students have an opportunity to really reflect throughout the day as they need to really get back into the day when something arises and they just need to reset. And then Cherry Hill Elementary Middle is also a STEAM school, and very similar to the approach at Wildwood. They're also implementing a variety of science, but they have a Gateway to Technology course for 7th and 8th graders, which is the pre-Project Lead the Way program. And they also have a smart lab where they do experiences such as flight simulation. In this picture, they're using the Makey-Makeys, and the Makey-Makeys are, you connect them to your it is real, I'm not making it up. Commissioner Kashani, you're looking at, so I don't know if you've ever seen a Play-Doh piano where when you touch the buttons, it'll make noise if it's connected to a computer. It's a great video I can share with you. But it's the Makey-Makey that helps do that. So Makey-Makey is almost like an electrical circuit board that you connect to your computer. Use alligator clips to connect that to something that's conductive. I can connect that to a banana and a pen, right? I would have to use something metal to connect it to this pen, like foil, and then the banana. And I can use them as controllers and play a game, right? Or I can play a piano with something like Play-Doh. And so it's teaching students kind of how the electrical circuitry works, but it also helps them to be creative and learn initial programming, because there is programming involved in the games and things that are connected to it. So this is students experimenting with the Makey-Makeys at the school. And also multiple robotics teams here, Maryland Olympiad and coding, and they've been doing a lot with 3D printing recently. And then they do restorative practice as well. And so circles aren't always whole class circles. Sometimes circles are smaller groups of students that, need to know something is happening and have learned how to kind of diffuse a situation on their own and are working together to make those, build those bridges and fix those relationships.
You've mentioned several times with your different examples that school X, Y, or Z was a restorative practice site.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean they're one of our intensive sites, or could they just be choosing, could they just be choosing to emphasize restorative practice in their school culture? Because I'm trying to discern, especially given the earlier mix of procurement items, how widespread the restorative practice is. And I'm getting the feeling that it's not limited to just those 15 sites, but I'm having a hard time understanding that.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Some of the schools actually started restorative practices. For example, Fort Worthington started restorative practices before we had ILS sites, and then they actually applied to go deeper and are an ILS site for that area. Cherry Hill is not an intensive learning site for restorative practices. We implemented restorative practices there starting with the middle grades because of the transition of the 3 school communities and the grade level change. So it is more widespread than just the intensive sites. However, the intensive sites are receiving additional coaching. And Sarah, if you want to join in.
Sarah Warren, Executive Director for the Whole Child. I just wanted to note that of the ones you presented, I think it was Arundel and Fort Worthington that are the intensive learning sites. So just to clarify, we have 15 restorative practice intensive learning sites. But beyond that, so we have a total of 68 schools in the district that have received some degree of training in restorative practices, including those 15 intensive sites. So because we've been doing that work for a number of years now, there are lots of schools that are doing it to varying degrees. And so some of those are captured here, and there's a little bit of overlap in the presentation with the intensive sites. So, no, you're totally on target, and I just want to, I don't want to hijack this presentation, but just to reassure you that, yes, absolutely, one of the top priorities within the Whole Child Office is to make sure that we are building on the work that's been done in restorative practices and integrating that throughout the district and truly making ourselves a restorative district.
Because the last thing we want is for it to become one of a menu of options that people choose, because then it kind of defeats the whole point of sort of moving for a culture shift.
And for the intensive sites, one of the things that we're working on quite intensively right now is figuring out how to make sure those sites get both, right? So they get a strong foundation of SEL and a strong foundation of restorative practices, and they see how the two go together because they're very integrally related. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Not now, my bad. Sorry, sir. Got it.
And how are the arts incorporated into Cherry Hill and Arundel's instructional programming? Because I don't see anything. They are STEAM-focused schools, but I see a lot that deal with the robotics and
So it's more
the Lego League.
Yep, so it's more through design, right? So when we look at it through STEAM, it's more how are the arts impacting the engineering design? So they're beginning to do that through the 3D printing and some of the other pieces. So it's more around the design of those engineering solutions and how the arts play into making that design better through the elements of the arts. And so it's really more of that focus. It's not that they don't have art programming, they do. They have music. In fact, at Arundel, their music teacher is probably their bigger gear person. So he does a ton of work with Spiros and drones and really helping students to see how that works and the sound changes that you can make in the Spiros, right? But it really is more around the design elements than anything else. Yeah. So next steps are just continuing to provide ongoing professional development for the schools that are implementing, and then currently working on the 5 schools that are opening, 2 this summer and 3 in January of 2020, and doing the visioning. So we have 2 schools opening this summer. We have Arlington and Reach, which is in the Fairmont Hartford building, and then in January of 2020, we have Calvin Rodwell, Baybrook, and John Rora. And so working with those 5 schools around their visioning and what their plans will look like. I'm not going to show the video here, but there is a video that is already, we can if, okay. Okay. Does someone have it ready to queue up? So this video is Fort Worthington. We did a larger documentary. It is the full video is loaded up on the board doc site, and it is 12 minutes. This is part of a quick teaser, and the teaser video this is a documentary that shows Fort Worthington going through project-based learning, and it'll showcase the 2nd graders in the LEAF play that I talked about, as well as the middle schoolers who are doing a larger project to engage all the younger students in a fall activity that is based on learning.
I am somebody. I was somebody when I came. I'll be a better somebody when I leave. I am powerful and I am strong. I deserve the education that I get here. I have things to do, people to impress, and places to go.
Hello, kids. We are here to act out the fall story, The Little Yellow Leaf. I hope you enjoy.
Who's next? All right, your turn. Take your time.
We are working on our project-based learning, and it's about how the weather impacts people, plants, and animals throughout the fall.
Leaves need water, leaves need air, leaves need sunlight to make that kind of sugar.
Spell it. Arctic. Arctic. A-R-C-T-I-C. Can you use it in a sentence?
Sure. Penguins live in the Arctic.
A-R-C-T-I-C. So now I can shoot the ball?
Yeah, you can.
We were tasked with making games appropriate for K-2 leveled grades. So I gave my students that directive. I said, you need to come up with games that are appropriate for kindergarten, 1st, and 2nd grade.
I want to say the word, and we're going to ask them to spell it.
The first question that we ask ourselves is how can we be a better role model, or how can we be a good role model for our students?
Pumpkin.
Here. Sorry. And that's the shortened clip. If you go on, it's on Board Docs. It's also Vimeo, and it is 11 great minutes of your time to really see how not only students were engaged in learning, how teachers were engaged in collaborating with each other, but how older students learned leadership by helping younger students within the project. And while you're there on Vimeo, check out the Arundel students coding with their Spiros and drones.
I just had a thought. I mean, there's some legislators, they're so proud of having introduced the bill for 21st century. They're clamoring to get more money for it. We mostly what they hear from us is more, give us more, we need more, this isn't enough. And that's true. But it would sure be nice to share something. I'm thinking of Delegate Haynes right now. I'm holding him in my head every time he opens his mouth to say, no matter what he's going to talk about, he starts by reminding us that he's submitted the legislation, or sponsored, or whatever you say. It just would be nice for him to anyway,
No, it's a great idea.
because there's so much, I mean, I feel old tonight. Like, I barely understood half of the things that the second graders are explaining to the teacher. I mean, it's just so terrific.
I know a sixth grader who can give you a great tutorial.
I'm sure.
Yes.
I just think we should give them access to the
good.
good stuff too, and not
Yep.
just hear from us when we need more.
No, and kudos, just for like even having that and putting that together. And I know, I will say in this role, the number of times I have to keep asking for things, it's nice and it's punctuated when I say something. I think I said something like once to Dawn, like, I want some video. I want to know what it looks like and what it feels like. And I don't think I had to say it a second time. And it's there, it's together. I'm assuming you work with comms team a little bit on this too, so thanks to comms, but, and the board may have other questions, but I want to kind of second what Commissioner Hassan said, like the best kind of first move that was an early move in the opening weeks of my administration was to, ask you to take on this role. And let me tell you, if we did not, there is no way we would be as far with some of the learning experiences that kids now have exposure to. I will say kind of just the humanities person in me. I do think, the other piece that comes out that's great when you look at the project-based learning is the integration of it all. STEM is funky, STEM is cool. The kids, like I am not, but I'm telling you that there is another little video that somebody got of me being taught by this sixth grader who I highly recommend for any tutorial. And it was just amazing. And the way that our young people gravitate, and my brother-in-law does clandestine stuff for iRobot, so I can't talk about it. And I say that all the time. I'm like, what do you do? He's like, I can't tell you what I'm working on now. But one of the great parts was when I showed him some of the video clips of our kids, and he said, like, this is the stuff that people don't get that turn kids on to the actual hardcore academic work. When you actually get to do, and he said they are doing what my colleagues and I do every single day. That's the difference that should be 21st century learning, not just 21st century spaces. And so I just want to thank Dawn, because yes, you work with all your colleagues other places, but the fact that you champion this on a regular basis, you have really helped move that work in real ways that impact kids. And when I walked into Fort Worthington and saw those young people, nobody was dozing, nobody was wondering, God, when does this period end?
Imagine that when you do something interesting that engages
fabulous.
Kids and taps into their passion. Imagine that they're actually paying attention.
Yeah.
Hello.
And doing high performing stuff. I sent my brother-in-law the video, and he's like, this is what you should be doing everywhere.
The
because if your
MSA
kids
should
are
get
doing
this too. That's another group of
Yep.
people
That's a
who
great
who
idea.
have toiled away
Yep.
trying to figure out a way to work closely with us. I think they'd appreciate seeing this too, that like this is what it's about.
This is what it's
And Commissioner Bundin has made this point over and over and over. We should brag about what we're doing and make sure the people that are swinging the hammers and putting the frames up and let's remind them what this is. And so. And if I don't know if Tina Highcupboard still watches these, but if you're out there, she said early on that the addition of you to this team was going to get us to remember that it's not just about the bricks and mortar. We get the bricks and mortar, we need it, but it's really, then we had to shift our focus to what goes on, and you've really brought that in spades, so thank you.
There is another good video, and again, Jim and the communications team put together all these videos of these schools. There's a great video of Dorothea Height that has both arts integration and the use of some of the gear. So look for that one too. That's enough for my video telling you to see those, but they're wonderful. And any additional questions?
Are they all on the 21st Century site? Is that where you can see all this?
I think they're linked on there, but they're also on Vimeo. You can just go to Baltimore City Schools Vimeo and a bunch of different.
Got it.
Will come up, but those 3 schools, if you search for those 3 schools,
Got it.
you'll get those specific ones. Yeah.
Commissioner Hassan?
So we're always challenged by the community to communicate differently and better about dates and closings and swings and openings. Just one suggestion, movie theaters have to commit a certain portion of their previews to public service announcements. And it's not well known, but in my experience, I've called and said, hey, I've got this video, thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, we're tired of playing the same one. So if we could put together a snippet of all these and say, and upcoming dates, these are the new buildings, just to have another avenue to get it to people and to get it to an audience that doesn't necessarily have children in the schools, but may be asked to vote
That's a terrific
in a certain way
idea.
at some point.
That's a great
I
idea.
think I saw one at the Charles Theater recently that was a wide-angle youth media video, and the senator does them. I mean, they're all over. They're all over. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, we're good.
All right.
Thank you. Terrific,
Thanks,
terrific. So I'll just say the upcoming meetings, and I will then remember to officially adjourn. I was reminded by text from one of our close friends that to let everybody know that January 31st is the deadline to submit your nomination, to nominate principals for the Heart of the School Awards. So if anybody's out there listening and still wants to nominate a principal, January 31st. Upcoming meetings, Teaching and Learning, February 5th at 3:30 in this room. We'll all be together again upstairs at 3 on February 12th for the executive session and 5 p.m. for the public board meeting, February 12th. Ops Committee, February 19th at 10, as Commissioner Bondemus said earlier. Policy, February 19th at 3:30. And that's in March. This is just February. That's okay. PCAB, February 21st, 6:30 in this room. Anything else for the good of the whole? May I have, yes, sir, Commissioner McFadden?
Vice Chair, Commissioner Cheney just had a birthday yesterday.
Woo-hoo!
Just want to acknowledge her birthday.
That's for the good of the whole.
Publicly older, right?
I was just thinking, women need to be asked first. That's funny. Never mind. Okay, motion to officially adjourn. Moved by Commissioner McFadden. Do I have a second? Commissioner Reed. All in favor? 9-0 with 1 absent. Done. All I was going to say was, I know I'm supposed to be the leader, but I still want